the information for the replay.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
And you should get a notification that it's being live streamed, and pretty soon you're going to get a notification that it's being recorded. So
Oh, it's being recorded too.
yes.
Okay.
All right. Good morning. Good morning. As you join us, if you could let us know where you're coming in from, that would be lovely. We always love to know where people are joining us from. It helps us get an idea of what places we're reaching, where we're connecting with people. So that would be absolutely awesome. I'm so excited to see you coming in. We will be starting in just a few minutes. It's still a little early. So we're going to give people a chance to hop on. It is also being live streamed to the Facebook group. So we have some people on there who are watching from the Facebook group. So watching from the Facebook group. And I just heard myself talking again. All right. Here we go. So it is a lovely warm day here in South Florida. It's very warm. It is not even 10 o'clock my time, and it is already over 90 degrees. So I'm looking to melt today, but it's exciting to be here. And we are looking forward to a very amazing lineup of speakers. I am extremely excited about this event and everything that we are going to be sharing with all of you today. I know some people are going to be joining in the live stream. I know some people will be catching the replay. But for those of you who are here live, you get the best of it. You get the energy of the live. You get to be in the chat with us and ask us questions. If you're on Facebook, you also get to ask questions through the Facebook group, although I might be a little delayed in responding to those. But we are excited to have you here. If you are live, if you are on the replay and you're watching the replay, go ahead and put a hashtag replay in the comments so that we know how many of you actually watched live versus how many caught the replay later on, that we will be posting or that we will be keeping up for about 24 hours. After that, it goes bye-bye. And I will be talking more about that in a couple of minutes. But yeah, we're starting in about 2 minutes. If you haven't done so already, go ahead and type where you're from. Yes, well, no problem. We will be done well before then. So again, if you haven't told us where you're from, make sure that you are signing in and letting us, not signing in, checking in and letting us know where you're signing in from or calling in from. And we will be starting in about a minute. We already have our first speaker ready to go, so I'm really excited. But I'm going to be giving you just a few housekeeping things and notes before we get started, and then we will start promptly with her because she does have another commitment. She was just gracious enough to be here with us. And she is in San Diego, so I don't know if it's as hot in San Diego right now as it is in South Florida, but it's sunny and nice
Not
and
right
warm.
now. It has been. It's been really hot, but we broke the heat wave, but apparently another one is coming. So we're bracing ourselves because there's no AC out here. We don't have AC.
Oh,
It's
at
okay.
least I have AC.
Yeah. We go to places that have it. So
That's what you do. That's how you play the game. All right, so it is 10 o'clock. I'm going to go ahead and get started because I want to honor the time of the people who are here on time and obviously of our speaker. This is being recorded and live streamed via Facebook. So if you are catching the replay, let us know by typing a hashtag replay in the comments so that we know exactly who watched us live and who caught the replay later. This event is very near and dear to my heart, and I am so excited for what you are going to be learning and hearing about today. I was able to gather 7 speakers that I believe are very timely and that are going to really speak to the vision of this event, which I am going to be sharing with you right now. Now, there are a few things that I want to go over before our first speaker begins, and those things have to do with maximizing our time together and with getting the most out of the event, right? Like with anything, when you make an investment, and this is an investment of time, right? We're going to, if you spend the whole time with me, we're going to be together for about 4 hours. I know some people are going to be coming in and out, and that's fine. But the entire event is about 4 hours in length. And that kind of an investment deserves a return on that investment. So the best way to make to have a return on your investment of time is to play full out, is to be completely present, turn off the distractions, write comments, write questions as they arise. We might not address the questions right away. We might not answer every question, but we will read all the comments and all the questions. And whether we answer live during the event or later, we will make sure that you get the responses to your questions sooner or later. So play full out. Make sure that you are connecting with the speakers, asking questions, making comments. Now, before we start, I wanted to just address really quickly why this event, why now, and how it came about. I know it comes as no surprise to anybody here that the world is going through a lot of shifting and a lot of changing. There are a lot of things coming at us, especially over the last 2 or 3 years, that have been unexpected. And just when we think we're rising out of one crisis, another one seems to come our way, right? Like we had the whole COVID thing. And just when we thought COVID was about to be minimized and controlled, another wave came on. And then we surpassed that wave, and then the recession is here. And just things just keep happening and keep coming at us more rapidly than ever before. I was hearing a statistic just yesterday that suicide and depression are at a 30-year high because there's so much being thrown our way. And everywhere we look, we seem to be bombarded by negativity, by just terrible, quote unquote, things coming our way. And I started to see so many people who started to get to this point where they knew something needed to shift, something needed to change, but they were falling into what one of my mentors calls the COVID coma, right? Where we were just waiting to see when things would get back to normal, or waiting to see how things would just balance themselves out and kind of fall into this space of complacency and of just feeling like, yeah, everything is eventually going to fall where it needs to, and everything is eventually going to come together and turn out to be okay. And while we do have the hope that everything is going to turn out to be okay, what I noticed is that most of us know that there's more to life than just waiting for things to fall into place. Most of us know that there's so much that we get to bring to the world, that there's so much that we get to do that is going to change not just us, but the lives of those around us, that there is so much that we have to offer. And yet we are sitting around waiting for things to happen. And I started to think about myself and my circle of friends. I am at an age where most of my friends are either already empty nesters or about to become empty nesters. And we have spent our entire lives just waiting for our kids to grow so we can do all these things that we've been dreaming about. But now we're at the place where kids are grown and kids are leaving, but we don't know how to take that next step. I have seen many, many people in the last few months lose their jobs, get to the place where they feel like they don't know what to do, like their foundation has been shaken and just pulled out from under them, and yet they don't know what to do next. They have been ingrained, and we all have, right? We have been taught that the way to lead life, the way to do things is to go to school, do as best as you can, go to a good college, get a job, and retire from that job. Well, if you're looking at the world right now, the way I've been paying attention to things, we know that that's no longer the way the world works. We know that there is a shift taking place. Whether we are taking part of that shift or not, things are shifting around us. And there's no way we can stop the way that things are happening, but there is something we can do to manage how we confront, right? What we do in response to the things that are going on around us, and how we perceive and work with the things that are taking place in our world. So this event came about because I know that there's a next level for all of us, that these things that are going on in the world, we have two ways of looking at them. We can either just sit there and wait for things to come together, for things to happen around us, for things to get better, or we can claim our next level. We can rise to the occasion and figure out what it is that we need to do and how we need to show up in order to make that next level the best time that we've experienced on this planet up until now, so that we can make it the absolute best that we can be and the absolute best that we can create for ourselves, for our families, for others, and in the process go from unseen to legendary. Now, why that tagline, from unseen to legendary? Now, there are three major needs that every human being has, and that is to be seen, heard, and understood. Seen, heard, and understood. One of the things that has been happening, especially since the pandemic, is that many of us have started to feel like none of those things are happening. We are feeling unimportant. We are feeling unneeded. We are feeling disconnected, and we are feeling like nobody else quite understands where we're coming from and what we're going through. So it is time to stop living in that space of just feeling like nobody understands me, nobody sees me. Hey, Denise. Hey, everybody. Nobody sees me, nobody understands me, and start moving into the space of, wait a minute, I have a choice to make. I have power to create in me, through me, and around me the kind of life and the kind of environment that I want to live in and leave as a legacy for my children and for future generations. And that's where the legendary piece comes in. And we're going to be talking a lot about that with some of our speakers today. So before we hop into the first speaker, I want to give you a quick rundown of who our speakers are, the order in which they are going to be speaking, and how the event is going to work logistically. In about 7 minutes, we're going to start with our first speaker, maybe even sooner, and that's Wendy McKenna. And we are going to talk for about 30 minutes with each speaker, 25 to 30 minutes. And at the end, each speaker is going to have an invitation for you that I invite you to really consider and pay attention to. After Wendy, we're going to go to Jade Handy. He is known as the starting over coach, and he's going to walk us how to start over with confidence. And Wendy is going to give us the key to transforming our lives. So pay attention, because we start strong. We're going to start right away with what is the key? What is it that is going to make the difference between being able to really create a transformed life and staying stuck in what the world is feeding us and all this experience of being unseen and unheard that we've been having. So Wendy first, then Jade. After Jade speaks, we're going to have a short break, And that break is for you to go to the restroom, gather something to drink if you want something to eat. And then we're going to go straight into Ivy Marsh. Now, I don't know how many of you have heard Ivy speak before, but he is outstanding, and he is going to be helping us understand how to create a legacy of strength, how to rise above the pain, how to rise above negative circumstances and emerge at the other end, creating a legacy of strength that not only lifts us up, but rises all the boats around us, right? Rises the tide. After IB, we're going to be having a conversation with Miriam Martinez. She is a mental health specialist, and we're going to be talking about how to silence that inner voice that is always disapproving, that is always telling us we can't do it right, that is trying to keep us playing small, that is not helping us move forward. And Miriam is going to touch on how do we silence that inner disapprover so that we can move forward and stop sabotaging ourselves. After that, we have Maribel Ortega. She's going to be joining us from Germany. And she's going to be sharing with us how we live in vision and purpose. So she is a confidence and empowerment coach as well. And she works a lot with business owners and entrepreneurs on how to rise and keep moving forward with your, how do you even discover what your purpose is? How do you even know that you're heading in the right direction? How do you know that the next steps you're taking are the right ones? And Maribel is going to help us with that. After that, we have my dear friend Dave Horvath, who is joining us from Canada, and he is going to be sharing with us how to lead an uncommon life. He is the leader of the Becoming Uncommon movement, and he has a lot to share about how to get unstuck, how to be who you're supposed to be and do so unapologetically. So I'm really looking forward to that conversation. And we're going to wrap up with Angela Cedron. And full disclosure, Angela Cedron's interview is pre-recorded because she's in Australia and it would be 3 o'clock her time, 3 a.m. her time. So we pre-recorded her interview, but she did an amazing job, and I know you're going to love every second of what she has to share. So I hope you're ready. It is going to be jam-packed. We're going to be going through a lot of information, but as I was saying at the beginning, the best way to get your return on the investment of the time you're making today is to play full out, to ask questions, to write your comments, to make sure that you're not just taking notes, but participating actively. If the speakers ask a question, answer it. If the speakers ask you to do something, play full out. Just make sure that you are fully present, turn off all the distractions, be here, be in the moment, and make sure that you keep asking yourself 2 questions that I learned a long time ago from Marie Forleo that I use on any event that I participate in. The first one is, how can this work for me? And what can I learn from this, right? So we are going to be mentioning things that sound familiar. There's nothing new under the sun. You might have heard some of the things we're going to be sharing, but how can this work for me? And what can I learn from this? And as long as you have that open mindset of being a learner, of knowing that there's always something, some nugget to pull out of the information, you are going to get a great return on your time investment today. So with nothing further, let me see if there are any questions or comments before I move on. I know we have people from Canada, from San Diego, from Jersey, from a lot of other places. I believe one of my friends from Puerto Rico is on here. So we have a pretty diverse crew. So Wendy, let's pull you on, my
Good
dear.
morning. Hi, everyone.
Good morning.
Rosie.
How are you? Thank you for
I'm-
being with us this morning.
Thank you. Thank you. Yep, I got my
know you
kiddos
have-
up a little earlier than normal, so they knew that I was going to be on here. So
Hold on, I'm getting another feedback. There you go. I think I turned it off. There you go.
are we
Sorry.
good? Okay, cool.
Yeah, we are good now. So thank you so much for being with us. I know that you have a lot going on. And in fact, let me start by saying a little bit about you and the wonderful person that you are. I am so thrilled to have you on here. Wendy and I came across each other's work because we share a common mentor. And through one of her events and through some of her Facebook groups and stuff, we connected with one another. But we had not really had an opportunity to work together until right now. And the reason I invited Wendy to this event and was so thrilled that she agreed to be in it is because she speaks to something we're going to discuss in more detail in a minute, which is choice points. And that sounded so in tune with what we are discussing here on this event that I knew she would have gold to share with us here. She is working with transformational leadership. She has a very active Facebook group, and she is by profession a pediatric physical therapist. Did I get that right?
Mhm.
Yes. So I am very thrilled to have this conversation today with Wendy. And Wendy, once again, thank you for being here. I know you made a lot of adjustments and tweakings to be here today, so thank you.
No worries. Glad to be here.
All right, so let's start by talking a little bit about how you got into from being a pediatrician, a pediatric physical therapist, to working directly with transformational leadership. What made you go through that shift, and what was that process like?
Well, hi, everyone. It's great to see you. And I know that some of you are watching from Facebook and some of you are here live in the Zoom room. I invite you to turn on your cameras and to be present with us. And so it's always more fun to be able to interact with live people versus names and photos on a screen. So I do invite you to come on camera if you can. Hi, Alina. Good to see you. We saw Alina yesterday too. Okay, so I want to start by answering that question probably in a different way than you would imagine. It started when I was 0 to 8. It started when I was 0 to 8, and I am lucky and blessed and honored enough to have had a mom who said to me, and I don't know if these were her words, but it was how I interpreted them. Wendy, your only job is to find what you love and do it with reckless abandon. That was her message to me. And she's like, and you will be okay. Everything will be okay if you do that. Like this is your job. It wasn't like you have to get into the best school. You have to be varsity on the team. You have to get this kind of job. You have to be making such and such money in order to, it wasn't any of these other things. There was no scarcity to it. It was all possibility and an invitation to introspectively look at what lights me up. What do I love? And so that is how I've led my life. I've led my life without blinders on, looking left, right. I'm on my path. I know where I'm going, but I'm always looking to the side. What else is there? Not to be distracted by where I'm going, but just to see other possibilities. And so my life's route is like this. And it almost, it's funny because when I got into college, I remember freshman year, people were like, what are you going to major in? I have no idea. Don't know what I'm going to major in. They're like, well, I'm going to major in this and then maybe have a minor in that. I'm like, I'm so glad you know what you want to do. And they're like, yeah. I'm like, wow, my mom's been asking me my whole life, just follow what you love. And I'm like, I'm a freshman and I still don't know what I want to do. I'm like, uh-oh. So I just kept taking different courses until I was like, oh, this is very interesting. I think I'll pursue this. And so I ended up an environmental biology major. And then before my senior year, I had what 4 orthopedic surgeons said was a career-ending injury. I was a rower. And they said, you're going to have to stop rowing. And I said, that is not a possibility. I get to continue. I get to be a rower. And they're like, well, we don't even know how you can do that. You've messed up your knee so badly. We don't even know what surgery to do with you. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to have surgery. Like, I'm not going to do surgery. If you don't know what surgery you would do, there's something not going to go under the knife. And I'm like, finally, the last was like, you can try physical therapy, but I doubt it'll work. And I'm like, anything. He gave me a little sliver of hope. And so, went down that path, get into the physical therapist. And Reese says to me, what do you want? And I was like, what do you mean, what do I want? He's like, what do you want? I'm like, well, I want to be on the medal docs at the end of my senior year, which is, our national championship, actually, having a medal around my neck. And he's like, okay, I'll get you there. I'm like, what? You don't even know what's wrong with me. He's like, I don't care what's wrong with you. As long as you know where you want to go, I'll get you there. I was like, oh, I love you. can we play? So like, it was one of those like moments of there are people like this out there who think like that with no limitation. And just based off of what I want, he hadn't done any evaluation. I'd already been seen by 4 orthopedic surgeons saying the career ending, you have to stop. You will not be able to walk. And he's like, oh, we'll get you there. It's like, okay. So long story short, he worked with me all year long. I ended up with a bronze medal the end of my senior year. We weren't even supposed to be in the grand finals. We were seated 11th and we ended up 3rd. So, you know, it was a profound experience in my life. And I learned over that year what it takes to not only have a vision, but to be committed to that vision, because there were a lot of things along the way that got in the way. It hurt. It was hard. I was doing double and triple the workouts that the rest of my teammates were doing. It's my senior year. And I don't know who froze. Okay. Yeah. Are we back? So, you know, there were so many obstacles. Yeah. There were so many obstacles along that path, but I had the vision. I was committed to the vision, and I had someone on my team who was there supporting me. And then when I got back to school, obviously I had my teammates who were there also and understood what I was going through, but you know, we did it. And so that's how I got into PT. I mean, he is the reason I was an environmental biology major. I was going to go to Costa Rica or Kenya to do field biology research. That was my path. That was where I was going after college. And I shifted it immediately my senior year, such that I didn't even have time to finish the prerequisites for PT school. So I did an additional year of college after I graduated to finish the prerequisites to be able to then go to 3 more years of
Wow.
PT school. So fast forward, you know, as a pediatric physical therapist, I got into that again because I had one experience with a child who had cerebral palsy before I started PT school. I was his nanny, didn't know anything about CP. I was just gonna be the nanny for the summer and had never met them before. And I walked in, this boy couldn't talk. He couldn't walk. I couldn't understand anything that was going on. I was a deer in headlights. And I was like, okay, I'm just going to make this happen. Just put one step in front of the other. He is a human. I get to understand who he is. His mom has got me. She's training me. Like, I'll be able to do this. And then the 3rd day, his physical therapist came in and she turned on the music and she got him out of his chair and they started dancing and he was laughing and having an amazing time. And I was like, whoa, this woman just made the impossible possible. I didn't even know that was possible, but she did. And she showed me once again, another sliver window to go through of possibility. So then I went all in. I mean, once I had that little window, it's like, okay, it's go time. Let's go. And I had this vision. We had the most amazing summer. And so when I started PT school, I thought I was going to be an orthopedic PT because that was my path to getting there. You know, I have sports injury, get back, go. This is the population I want to work with. I changed to physical therapy. I changed to pediatrics because I was like, I get to work with kids. I get to make the impossible possible. I get to be part of a larger circle of family. It's more complicated, pediatrics, because you're not just dealing with the patient, you're dealing with parents and the grandparents and the teachers and, you know, all the people in this child's life. And I love that part of it. And so golden thread, making the impossible possible. Come to another choice point. You know, when I became a mom, I realized that my background really supported me in being a mom. I was still a deer in headlights, but I had pretty significant amount of education and knowledge and experience working with little babies and little kids. And so
Absolutely.
I went to a play group, you know, just for my baby. She's 6 months old. And I was playing with my baby on the ground. And one of the moms looks at me and said, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm playing with my baby." And they're like, "But what are you doing? I've never seen anyone play with a baby like that before." I'm like, "Oh, okay. So this is what I'm doing. And this is why I'm doing it." And then all of a sudden the other moms are like, well, what else do you do? Is there anything else that you do that would help? I was like, oh yeah. And so we just kept going on. And I realized, oh, I could really support all new moms, not just moms with babies and children who have, developmental challenges.
Issues,
So
yeah.
I started a business to support moms and babies and became like a baby coach. And it wasn't working. I fell flat on my face over and over and over again for 2 years trying to get this thing off the ground. I didn't have any business experience. And so finally bit the bullet. Even before that, oh my gosh, I'm funny, as I'm telling these stories, I'm seeing the next golden thread. I had a friend who hired a business coach who then took off. And I'm like, wait, business coaches, they have those things? What is a business coach? I was in the healthcare field. I knew nothing about this. And so she told me about it. I was like, oh, that could really help me. I think, my vision is so big, I'm willing to invest in myself so that I can get this out there to support the people that I want to make a difference for. Again, small window, go through it, just pursue. Again, another
Absolutely.
choice point. Pursuing my vision, pursuing my dream, knowing that what I have to offer will make a difference. And up until then, I was just falling flat on my face for 2 years, you guys, but I was committed to that vision. So I hope you're hearing the through lines here with these stories. And so got that off the ground. And then my next step, again, another through line, my coach says, go do leadership, go do transformational leadership. And I was like, what is that? I don't even know what that is, but I trust you. And if you think that this is going to take me to my next level, I'll go. So there's a level of trust in her, as well as, I know that I haven't reached where I want to be yet. I'm getting closer and my path is going in that direction, but I get to go. So into that room 4.5 years ago, and I don't even know how else to explain it, except that I felt at home. I felt home. I was
That's
like,
awesome.
oh, I've loved my job being a pediatric PT for 20 years at that point. But this feels like home. So over the last 4.5 years, I have continued to lean into transformational leadership, to go to the next level of mastering leadership, to coach it, to captain it 4 times. And then just last night, graduated the very first class of teen leaders. So we graduated 30 teen leaders
That's
last
awesome.
night. And
outstanding.
it's the first ever program within HeartCore that's been created. And I created it with my mentor who's training me to become a trainer. And,
That's awesome.
I fit transformational training and transformational leadership work into the spaces in my life before. I was living it, but doing the work of it and being in it and supporting other people. And I was fitting it into the spaces in my life. And my husband kept complaining to me saying, like, you have this free time, but every moment you have free time, you're going doing leadership stuff. Like, and there was also a piece of it. And they're like, what about me? What about the kids? And I'm like, the kids are taken care of. They're good. He's like, again, what about me? And I heard that. I'm like, yeah, I know. It's true. Like, I'm not choosing to go with you. I am choosing this other thing. It's like, maybe I don't get to fit this into the spaces anymore. Maybe I get to make this the thing. And so, and I don't want to underpin like the gravity of this choice that I made, because I knew this is where I got to go, but it was scary. And I was afraid to let go of what I knew. I mean, I'd been a pediatric PT for 22 years. I knew it. I'm a master at it. I have a business that's thriving with it. And the idea of not doing that in order to pursue this full time was just overwhelming. I loved it. And the universe supported me in making that choice, because last summer, I had a thing happen in my family where I needed to leave town for 8 weeks. And it's like, well, I can't have a brick and mortar while I'm gone for 8 weeks. That doesn't work.
Yeah.
And so I hired someone to, handle my caseload. And so I could be fully present with my family. And in that time, I allowed myself the space to really feel into the choices that I was making and would be making. And what it came down to is that even though I love working with the babies and the families when I'm with them one-on-one, when I'm not with them, I'm not pining after it. I don't wish I was
Yeah.
there. When it came to leadership work, I loved it when I was there. And when I wasn't there, I was like, when can I go back? Like, I gotta go back. I gotta get, like, when can I put this in my schedule so that it works for me, works for my family? And so I sold my brick and mortar. I sold everything. And, you know, I have 2 different physical therapists who are picking up all of my equipment on Saturday. I mean, you guys, I'm literally living this right now. They're picking it up on
That's
Saturday.
awesome. That is awesome.
And then last night, I just graduated my first teen leadership class. And I also run a parenting program, and Alina's in it. And, you know, and so I'm serving parents in their leadership. I'm serving teenagers in their leadership, because our children are the future of our world. And when we can instill in them the beliefs in themselves from a very early age, we don't have to worry about, as an adult, trying to figure out what they are and shifting them. Because I think the rest of your speakers today are really going to be talking about, okay, guys, we got this crap. We got these limiting beliefs. We've got this stuff. We've got the world coming at us. I'm going to help you to shed it. I'm going to help you to shift it. And I do that as well with adults. And how powerful to be the adult, be the parent who from the beginning builds those behaviors, builds those beliefs from the beginning, just like my mom did when she said, your only job is to find what you love and do it with reckless abandon. And so now this is my opportunity to pay forward what was gifted to me through my mom and all of the people along my way who gave me hope that my vision could actually occur. And I have created that over and over and over and over and over again. So there's plenty of evidence for me that it works. And I want all of you to know that you have the same power. I am not special. But the key is, you must believe that your vision matters. You must believe that it is possible. You must listen to the little whisper in your ear of what you want and why it's important to you. You must. And when that comes up and you trust yourself, trust is a huge piece. When you trust yourself and you know this is for good, and you know this is about expansion, and you know this is about making a difference in the world, you must have the courage to pursue it. And nobody can give you that courage. You've got to choose it. Another choice point. Are you choosing to be comfortable? Are you choosing to be courageous? And so we have choice points every moment of every day with every choice that we make. And sometimes there's like what I call decision fatigue.
No, definitely.
And I think we all can know when we're going to the grocery store and you're looking back at all the different types of milks and you're like, oh my gosh, or all the different kinds of cereals, or all the different kinds of teas or kombuchas or whatever it is that floats your boat. And it's like, can I just like I don't know what to get. I don't know what to get. So, you know, but it's so easy when I go to the milk section and now I want unsweetened vanilla almond milk. I don't care what brand it is, but that's what I want. So my eye can scan. It's like immediate. No. Yes. And so when you have a vision of what you want, just like I know I want the almond milk, nothing else is distracting. Nothing else is distracting. I'm only looking for the thing that is going to serve my vision. And then I get to choose it. And when I'm 100% certain, now, if I start going, oh, you know what, my daughter said that she likes oat milk. Maybe you should try oat milk today. Now, there's nothing wrong with trying something new, and certainly like go there and do that, but it's going to make the choice a little bit more challenging. And so, you know, this is where you get to go in 100%. You get to go in 100%. And go
Wendy,
ahead.
just to grab a few of the things that you've been talking about, because you've been throwing so much amazingness at us. I want to make sure we don't miss any of it. You've mentioned choice points several times, and I want to make sure that we're all clear on what you mean by choice point. And if I may be so bold as to attempt a definition, and then you correct me. But I think that when you're talking about choice points, we have choice in everything, but there are some moments, some specific pivotal situations or issues in our lives where that particular choice can pin the direction in which we continue to take our lives, right? And those are the moments you're calling choice point, which, based on the last thing that you were talking about, makes, if you have a vision, then it's easier not just to identify when you are encountering a choice point, but to know in which direction you're moving from that choice point forward, right? Am I right in saying those things?
Yeah, absolutely. And they are absolutely pivotal moments. I mean, think about when you got married, think about when you chose the college that you went to, when you're choosing your first job. These are all, choice points, not that you can't undo them, but you don't want to undo them. You want to feel confident that you're going forward and you're choosing the right first job and you're choosing the right spouse and you're choosing, the right, career, whatever it is. But just know that when you're solid in who you are and you trust that your vision is possible, and you make those choices that are aligned with that vision. Many of us make choices that are not aligned. We make choices based out of fear. We make choices based out of scarcity. We make choices based out of not enough. We make choices out of, I'm not good enough to do that. Who am I to do
So
that?
good.
And so those, like, if you're making a choice with that in mind, you're not aligned with your vision and you're not going to get there. So you got to be bold. The choice points take courage. They take courage. A lot of times it's a leap from a plane in a parachute. And sometimes it's a leap from a plane with a spool of silk and a needle and thread. And you are jumping and you're creating the parachute on the way down, trusting that it will all work out before you hit the ground.
Yeah, absolutely.
So they can be heavy. They can be heavy, but what makes them beautiful is when you are grounded in what you want and why you want it.
Yeah.
And, but I also want to, the big choice points don't just come up. They are a culmination of all of the little choice points you've made up until then. So, like Marcy said, we're making choices every day, but what's brought to your attention, what is the next thing that you get to choose about, has come about because of all the little choices that you've made along the way. It's the little things that matter that create the big ones. And so,
absolutely,
that's where you get to really look at with authenticity and honesty. If what's in front of you are two choices where you feel like it's the lesser of two evils, you've created that.
Yeah.
And so, and then if you have two choices where they're both awesome and amazing, you have created that. So that's where we get to be responsible about how we've shown up until now. And if this isn't what I want, what do I want? And who do I get to become? How do I transform myself to achieve, to accomplish, and to walk with and towards what I want?
Absolutely.
Because it really does come down
Now,
to the daily.
one of the things that I wanted to make sure to address with you specifically is I believe that very well-intentioned gurus and mentors out there in the space have done a disservice to all of us by painting vision as either this ultra magical thing that once you have a vision, suddenly everything comes together, or this simplistic idea of slap together a vision board and then you're golden, right? And I know that they're well-intentioned, but I think it has diluted what vision really is. So I would love to spend some time with you addressing what vision really is and what makes it so powerful, really.
Yeah. So it's such a great question. And I myself am not a vision boarder. I've tried it. This time and so for some people it's wonderful and they create vision boards and then they manifest the things that are on the vision board, but for me that's just not so I want to start off with, there's a million different ways to get from point A to point B. Point B is your vision. Point A is where you are right now. Point B is your vision. There's a million ways to get there. So don't get stuck on the one way. A vision board is one way. The key is understanding what B is and why it's important to you. When you know what your B is and why it's important to you, every step you make from A to B will be in alignment to that. Whatever it is that you choose. And when you choose it, go all in. If you're going to choose, I'm going to just do a business example here. If you want to build a list of 2,000 followers, your email list, you could do Facebook ads, you could do Pinterest, you could do a summit, you could do, oh my gosh, I can't even list all the different ways, but the key is choose it and then do it to completion. Do it to completion. So don't start with the Facebook ads and go, that's not working. And then jump ship, and then start with the summit and go, that's too hard. And then jump ship. You got to stay true to it. But what is vision? And this is where, I was just talking to a client yesterday about this. She has a vision of creating peace and harmony and love in her family. That's her vision. I'm going to create peace and love and harmony. What does that look like? Well, that looks like we respect one another. It looks like we listen to one another. It looks like we see and hear and understand one another, just like you were saying at the beginning. And so who do I get to be to hear and see and understand the people in front of me? And, but the issue that she was having, she's like, but is that vision big enough? Like there's all these other people having visions to change the world, and all I want is to serve my family. And I was like, no, that's your vision. First of all, get rid of the judgment, because as soon as you're judging your vision, you're not enrolled in it. All you're doing is sitting there and comparing yourself to others. I remember that message from my mom. The fastest way to unhappiness is a comparison game. Stop. This is where I said, when a vision bubbles up in you, when what you want bubbles up in you, trust it and pursue it. So her vision is to be this for her family. It may be the vision that she holds until the day she dies, and it may not, but you'll never know unless you walk the walk in it and trust that it's going to happen. Well, my kids were disrespectful today. Does that mean it's not working? No, it's a journey. And just like with all of us, our children, when we shift something, sometimes you'll see results in 10 seconds, and sometimes it takes 10 years. But when we trust that, well, I know that respect and love and peace and joy are things that work. I know, and let me tell you this too, you guys, no matter how crazy the world is, love always wins. Love wins the basketball game. Love wins the football game. Love wins the baseball game. Love wins the soccer game. Love always wins. So trust that and make choices that are aligned with love, not fear, not scarcity, not I'm good and not good enough, not it's not big enough, not the comparison game, but does this generate love? Does this generate joy? Does this generate peace? If the answer is yes, it's the right thing to do. So keep walking that path. So a vision can be a vacation in the Maldives. It could be owning a mountain home in Sun Valley, Idaho. It could be all of these things. But when you have that thing, how do you feel? How do you feel when you have that thing? Well, I feel excited. I feel grounded. I feel at peace. I feel joy. I feel free. Awesome. Be that now. Be that now. You get to be free. You get to be joyful. You get to be peaceful today in order to manifest the thing that you want later. The formula is be, do, have. Be who I'm going to be first. Do the work, be committed to it, and you will have the results.
Absolutely.
And so that's the importance of vision, is because when you're connected to what it is, why it's important to you, you have an emotional response. You have the tingle test. Oh, that's good. That feels great. That's like, God energy coming through me. That's universe energy coming through me. You're on track with that. Now, be that now. No
and
matter
there's
what
another choice, right? There's another choice. We get to choose who we get to be in order to be able to do the thing and have the vision come to fruition.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Absolutely. Wow, that is so awesome. Now, before we start wrapping up, if anybody listening is thinking right now, okay, Wendy, everything you said sounds wonderful and amazing. I believe there's transformation to be had. Where do I start? What would be the first actionable step you would recommend for anybody listening who wants to start on this journey?
Get very clear on what you want and why it's important to you. Get very clear on what you want, and know that when you start asking yourself the question, if you don't know, it's okay. Because our whole life has been about fulfilling other people's expectations and following the agendas of others. I mean, think about being a child. I go back to, that 0 to 8, 0 to 16. Like, how often was it adults directing you to do something? And how often were you really given time to dream? What do you love? What do you want? Why is it important to you? Again, I am blessed to have had a mother to ask me that question and really listen to my answer and allow me to get messy, because I didn't know what I wanted. I didn't know what I wanted to major in. I didn't know any of it. But what I did trust is that when something came up that I loved, I get to pursue it. So yes, and Denise, you're totally right. It is the hardest part, because, and especially for people who have lived for their life for others. When you've lived your life to serve others, oftentimes you've done it in sacrifice of yourself. You've martyred yourself, and that is the biggest myth, and especially as mothers, right? It's the biggest myth in the world. You cannot sacrifice yourself. You get to fly with them. If you want something for your kids, here's the thing: if you're a mom or dad, if you want something for your children that you don't have, you're doing them a disservice.
Absolutely.
If you want something for your child, you actually want it for yourself. So go pursue it. Like, this is where, it's not selfish to put yourself first. If you're not healthy, if you're not happy, if your cup isn't full, you can't serve anybody else well. You can't. You might think you're doing it, but you're building up resentment. You're building up frustration and anger, and nobody wants to have that energy in their space. And then it just goes generation after generation after generation. So be the choice point, be the turning point in the generational, you bring in 7 generations before you, but you have the power to shift generations after you. So make that choice point where you're going to start serving yourself, asking yourself the question, what do I want? Why is that important to me? And what's the first step that I can do to start pursuing it? You must do something. So yeah, I mean, I could do this. I am doing this forever. This is my job.
Thank you so much.
You guys
That
just got me on my pulpit here. So.
There you go. Now you're all pumped up for the rest of your day.
All fired up. You guys are ready for the rest of the day. I'm so excited.
Absolutely. So I know you have to go, but before you do, those people listening, watching the replay, who want to connect with you, who want to work more directly with you, or just know more about what to do, what's the best way to get
the easiest way, I have a website, wendymckenna.com. It's WENDIMCKENNA.com. WendyMcKenna.com, and you can sign up for my email list there. Or I have a Facebook group called Living in Leadership. It's a group that you can ask to join, and I'm in there most frequently. So those are the 2 places that you can find me right now. And yeah. It's really fun. All the things.
And
all
I
the
just
possibilities of
posted
what I
the
get to
link to the
create.
Facebook group in the chat. Yeah, I just posted the link to the Facebook group in the chat. I quickly typed your website address, so it's not a link, but I will fix that in a minute. But thank you so much, Wendy, for getting us started on the right path. I do believe, like you do, that it all starts with clarity. And our conversation this morning, I think, has set the pace and the stage for everything else that we will be talking about for the rest of the event. So again, thank you for shifting things around for us, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Well,
thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Have
a great day. Bye, everyone.
Okay, hold on. I get to remove this pin. All right. So off to an amazing start, I believe. Wendy is amazing, and I know that we just got so much gold from her. Those of you who joined VIP, I will be putting together, of course, I had to wait for the interviews first, but I will be putting together that workbook with the takeaways and all the key suggestions and tips from the speakers. So we will definitely be including choice points and vision in the Wendy McKenna section. And I am just so excited to share all that with you because it has been an amazing contribution from Wendy. And we have a couple of minutes before our next speaker hops on. So I just wanted to capture some of the things that Wendy just finished talking about. Oh, I just see him, he's here. So I just wanted to capture some of the things that Wendy was talking about. We make choices every day, and we do get to make all these little choices that add up to big choices. But there are these moments that she calls choice points that are pivotal moments in our lives, where the choice we make in that moment can direct us towards our vision or away from it. And the important thing is to start with the clarity of where our vision is taking us, where we want to go with that vision, and make sure we know why it is so important to us, because otherwise it's going to be easy to knock us off our direction if we're not clear on the why. So once we're clear on where we want to go and why that is so important to us, any choice point, any pivotal moment, any moment of key decision that comes our way becomes easier, because it's as easy as sifting it through. Does this move me closer to my vision? Does it align with the direction in which I want to take my life, or does it not? And that takes trusting your decision making. It takes trusting that you're ultimately going to be pursuing what you need to pursue and going in the direction that you get to go, right? So that there is an element of faith and trust that comes into it. And we might be talking a little bit more about this later in the event today, if we have time. But right now, it is really important to take the time as soon as the event ends to sit down. And like she said, anything you want for your kids, anything you want for the important people in your life, there's a big chance that that's what you want for yourself. So start by thinking about that and moving closer to what you want. So I am really excited to pin and invite into the stage our next speaker, Jade Handy. Now, Jade Handy and I connected through LinkedIn a while back. And what first caught my attention was the title that he goes by. He is the Starting Over Coach. And I had never heard of anybody calling themselves the Starting Over Coach. In fact, we shared when we first talked that a lot of people think of starting over as a negative, as, wait, what? I'm supposed to be established. I'm supposed to be doing these things that people tell me I'm supposed to do. Why am I starting over? But he actually took on the task of helping people to start over, not just for starting over, but with confidence and knowing that it's okay and knowing what steps to take. So Jade, I'm so glad you're with us this morning. And I would love for you to talk a little bit more about how you ended up becoming the Starting Over Coach, because that is just a cool story anyway.
So that's fantastic. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you all for being here. So how I became the Starting Over Coach was really the hard way, starting over many times. I've started over 68 times, 68 different income sources over my life since I was an adolescent. And about half of those are jobs, about half of those are businesses, about half of those businesses are wholly owned, not 1099 related. So I've started over a lot. And so when I moved online this last year, I thought, what really differentiates me? Well, it's that. I've been a coach since 2005 with my coaching practice called State of Mind Coaching and Training. And then I started startup business coaching in 2014. And that's what I've been doing since, is helping people get into their own self-employment or get into their own business or start over into something new for themselves, typically as an income source. So that's how I got my started in doing this.
That is awesome. I love every time I hear that story. 68 times starting over.
It surprised myself when I did an inventory this last year. So
That is amazing. Now, like I said before, but I just want us to address it more directly. For a lot of us, this whole idea of starting over can even feel like failure. It can feel like, wait a minute, if I have to start over, what does that say about me? What does that mean about the way I've conducted my life up until now, right? So, how can we start to shift the way we perceive this whole idea of starting over?
Well, yes, I think a lot of people think of it as failure. A lot of people think of it as frightening. But Jack Welch says, face reality as it is, not as it was or you wish it to be. So there's a first time for everything is really the reality of it. And I recommend you choose when that first time is, and be frightened of not choosing your transitions
Mm.
and starting over. We oftentimes can't choose our future circumstances, but we can choose what we exaggerate in our minds that make it frightening or make it failure, right? So I don't want to go down the road too much of the mental side of it, but we also need to realize we're already hitting the refresh button constantly. Statistically, people are changing careers more often than ever, with young people even more. Since 2010, younger people in the 20 to 24 age range, um, their average tenure is 1.3 years versus those 35 to 45 that is 5 years, which is still quite a bit less. And the trend is only getting shorter. So, and then the other thing to realize that starting over is not frightening or failure when you feel in control of the change. And I noticed
Mm.
Wendy was talking about that in the last section. For example, starting over in college from high school with all new friends, all new environment, that can be frightening, but you chose it. So it wasn't quite as scary, right? Starting over in our first career after college was less frightening because we chose most of it. And then, of course, getting married is less frightening than arranged marriages, probably even, right? So anytime you have a choice in the matter, it makes a big difference. So I recommend taking as much part in that as possible as far as the choice. I'll give you a short example of how I came to be the starting over coach and a starting over story. When I was 19, I was 3 months out of high school. All my friends, of course, are going off to college. And I went off the deep end and sold magazine subscriptions door to door, city to city, state to state, with a caravan of roaming homeless teenage misfits and a couple of grubby handed adults. So if you've ever seen the Netflix movie American Hustle, it's about that. It's almost a documentary about it. And that's, talk about frightening. So I kind of started at an early age doing really bold, I don't know about ambitious, but really bold things. And then, even more recently, not too many years ago, I left a corporate job when my wife was pregnant with our fourth child to start to take my side hustle
Wow.
full time. So those are transitions and starting over that can be really frightening. But when you take part in a lot of the choice, then it's not as bad. So hopefully that answers that question of, what can you do? It's starting over is a lot of times frightening, and how can you shift away from that is really the first step is taking part in that. So now,
Absolutely.
and there's also ways you can take advantage of it.
Absolutely. So that leads a little bit to my next question, because it's one thing when it's moments when you're choosing, like you were just talking about, right? You choose to go to college, or you choose your job, or you choose to get married. It's another thing, I believe, to be in the space that we're in right now, where things are just shifting and changing, and there's all this uncertainty around us, and we're not choosing these things, right? Is there a way, though, that we can look at all the shifting and all the changing that's going on in the world and look at it as maybe something that we can use to our advantage?
Another great question. Well, I look at things from starting over as a business person or a self-employed person or a solopreneur or something like that. So that's where my perspective comes from. In 2009, the Kauffman Foundation study concluded that well over half of companies on the Fortune 500 list began during a recession or a bear market. So, if that's not motivation, it's like, oh, okay, this doesn't lead to failure, it leads to opportunity. So, what can we do to give ourselves any chance at all? Well, Warren Buffett said the best protection against inflation is to increase our own earning power, your own talents. Very few people maximize their talents. And he said the best investment outside yourself, according to Warren, is a good business. So, if you own an interest in a good business, you're very likely to maintain purchasing power no matter what happens to the currency. And he didn't go into depths about this from what I saw, but probably that's because you can affect the profit. It can be controlled more readily by raising prices or reducing costs. When compared to a paycheck, which is never tied to inflation, and you can't charge your employer a surcharge for inflation and recession and currency devaluation. So, starting over into a business during these times or before they get to the next stage is very important. Robert Kiyosaki said that these coming economic times will be well suited for people who weren't necessarily well suited for periods of prosperity. And I thought, well, that's kind of out of left field, but it wasn't. He was kind of quoting Patrick Bet David, who said there's two kinds of leaders: wartime and peacetime. And a peacetime leader is a person who goes to all the right schools, has all the pedigrees, does all the right things, climbs the corporate ladder, the government ladder, and all that. Where a wartime leader goes to war. And so what happens to entrepreneurs who go out and they get their butts handed to them and they survive? Well, if you survive, you see the world differently, right?
Yeah.
That's the potential hero's journey we all have in us. Whereas a peacetime warrior who's climbing the corporate ladder right now, they probably just lost their job. They're sucking their thumb going, what do I do now? I'm not prepared. This is going to be the worst time for them. For a wartime warrior, this is going to be the best of times.
Absolutely. Now, people listening to you right now might be saying, okay, that's easy for you to say, Jade, because you know how to start a business and you know how to do this thing. But I don't even have a clue as to what I would do or what kind of business I would start. I never thought of myself as someone who could own a business or be an entrepreneur. How do you respond to that kind of reaction?
That's great. If you find yourself in that situation, I talk about 4 pillars to work on. My original post was what to work on when you're not working. But it really is when you're in between jobs, when you don't want to always be working, doing what you're doing. There's 4 things you can focus on at any point in time to prepare yourself or to hit the ground running if you find yourself in that situation unexpectedly. The first is to focus on self-expertise. And not just self-awareness and self-improvement. Of course, Socrates said, know thyself, right? But really, go deeper than that. We all have a stress response, and times like this really bring out a stress response. So I think it's best to know what that stress response is for you. So here's what I do. Here's what I recommend you do. Bite off more than you can chew and figure out how you swallow it. Adversity reveals values. And so you're not going to know until you're put in that situation. Everyone always says, they would, for example, they would never kill somebody. But do you actually know until you're put in the situation to have to decide, maybe defend yourself or your family or a loved one? There aren't too many people who practice passivity in those moments, right? So the second pillar is domain expertise. Founder and CEO of Illumination Research, Carrie Bass, said, you need to get credibility by becoming a subject matter expert. And this is something you can do at any time. And with YouTube, I started a website business back in 2010 from YouTube. If it wasn't for YouTube, I would have never had that business for the last 12 some years. So she said, you need to get credibility by becoming a subject matter expert. She previously worked at Procter & Gamble as a brand manager. And brand obviously has a lot to do with domain expertise. You have to be the domain expert. Yeah. So now with the world of World Wide Web, as I said, with YouTube, you can become an expert in any niche. And niche is where it's at. And I talk a lot about that. The third pillar is customer expertise. A lot of times when you start a business, you are your customer segment, and sometimes you're not your customer segment. It's neither here nor there. There's advantages and disadvantages to both, but there are really 4 ways to become an expert on your customer segment. 2 of them are what I call internet sleuthing, being going to forums and chat rooms and threads of all sorts, Reddits, and really figuring out what are people complaining about. What is your customer segment complaining about? And there's no shortage of that on the internet. The other one is, of course, direct direct, belly to belly or face to face or phone to phone or Zoom to Zoom interviews and discovering that. And the fourth pillar is entrepreneur expertise, or what I call hats expertise, wearing all the hats. And you really want to build that muscle before you go to the gym, because you're just going to be all that much more sore. And the worst case scenario, if you do this part of it, build your expertise, your entrepreneur expertise. If worst case scenario, if you start a business just to build the muscle, you'll never have to worry about a hard landing post employment again. You can hit the ground running instead.
Absolutely. So what I'm hearing you say in summary, right, is figure out the level of expertise that you want to start at, but just start, right? So
That's
the
right.
most important thing of
Yeah.
the starting over part is the starting.
That's right. Yep.
Yeah.
And
I,
as soon before the transition as possible. But even after the
Yeah.
start, it's the same. Focus on the right things in the right order and you'll be okay.
absolutely. And one of the things that you have actually taught us through your story is that once you start, if you have to start over, that's okay.
Yes. Yeah, that's right. It's starting over and starting over. And I've started over midstream many times. It's the old saying, get knocked down 7 times, get up 8. That's
Absolutely.
key.
That's so cool. Now, in your experience, and I know you've worked with a lot of people who have decided to start over, but what is the biggest stumbling block that keeps people from pursuing their dreams or finding that courage to start?
Yeah. Well, I think it's a lot of what we just said, starting over. Robert Kiyosaki said, he found the secret to success that 9 out of 10 businesses are failures. So he said, well, the secret is just start 10 businesses, right? And he also said, most people think, talking about the stumbling block, most people think that you need all these savings, that it takes money to make money and all these things. What you need is to be able to see opportunity and then be able to put the pieces together. And of course, he knows this. He's definitely big on the money side. But that's key. It's not about how much money you have. It's about how much resourcefulness you have. And for example, for my expertise, the most common stumbling block for my prospects is not realizing what real skills are. They think in terms, a skill is attracting clients and finding the right people that will just buy from you. No, the real skill is learning how to sell. My grandmother said, if you learn how to sell, you'll never not be able to earn money again. And bless her heart. But another stumbling block is not training for wartime leadership and not developing a side hustle before it's. But again, I've done it. I've done it post employment or unexpectedly many times, and the steps are the same. And of course, the biggest thing is they haven't purposely bitten off more than they can chew and had to figure out how to swallow it. When you do that, Wolfgang von Goethe said, boldness has genius, power, and magic in it. And answers don't come to you until you're begging the question, right? How do I get out of this? How do I fix this? So those are the types of things I would say. They're very common stumbling blocks. Put yourself proactively in really challenging situations.
Absolutely. Now, when you mentioned, and I might get the words wrong, but something about like wartime hustle or something like that, would you advise people, like as they get better in whatever it is that they're doing right now, to start exploring other possibilities for starting over? Like, to always have sort of like a bank of skills that I'm working to improve on, or a bank of ideas that I might explode at some point or another. Would you recommend that?
Yeah, I think it goes back to those 4 expertises that I talked about: the domain expertise and the customer expertise. Well, the self expertise and the domain expertise are very easy to do at any time. Customer expertise requires that you engage with somebody else to build that muscle and that expertise, and then entrepreneurial expertise requires that you engage with somebody else to build that muscle. But the first 2 don't. So I would recommend always having something like that in your back pocket so you can hit the ground running if you need to.
Absolutely.
And the easiest one is customer segment. Who
Mm.
if you're your customer segment, if you're not, who do you want to serve? Who do you never get sick of learning about? Who do you never get sick of talking to? Who do you never get sick of helping? And then dive deep into that and always have that in your, in your quiver to hit the ground running. Because then it's just a matter of adding the other three and you're a lot further off.
Absolutely. Now, if somebody's listening and they're thinking, okay, Jade, I'm sold. I get to start over. It's wonderful. It's amazing, but I don't know how. What would be a good first actionable step that you would recommend for anybody who's considering starting over?
Well, I always recommend hiring a coach, and that's because I am a coach, but that's also because I've hired lots of coaches, and it's not selfish to say that. I can say in my past, the times that I have gotten the furthest, the fastest is when I have had somebody looking over my shoulder who has that expertise saying, you should do this, you should do that. The old thing about 10,000 hours. Well, the thing is that there's more than just 10,000 hours in that study. It was with somebody who had an expertise that could help guide you during those 10,000 hours. Now, 10,000 hours will take you a long ways, to be sure. But so that's the first thing I would say is hire a coach. There's tons of them at every different price point in your area of interest. And if not, follow them so closely on social media that they feel like they are and you feel like they are. So, and then, yeah, and then it's always, who do you want to serve? That's because a lot of people start a business, they go get a loan, they stock the shelves, they open for business shingle, and then they go, okay, now I need to find customers. Oops, it's a little bit late, right? You can now in this day and age, you can always start with the customer. And it's not a new concept. You think about way back years ago, a blacksmith, for example, a blacksmith didn't just, grab a handful of coins and go into town and buy a bunch of iron and put it in a shed. No, he was his own customer. He built horseshoes for his own horse. Then he built horseshoes for his neighbor. And he started with the customer. What does the customer need? Do they need horseshoes? Did they need the bridal hardware? What do they need? You didn't just, create a whole inventory of bridal hardware and horseshoes and then say, I wonder if there's enough people in this village to sell 1 million of these, so.
Yeah. Yeah, and absolutely. Starting with the customer, I think it's really important too, because I'll share a little bit of my experience, right? When I first decided that I needed to start my own business, it started as a side hustle. And I thought, well, I've been a teacher for all this long time. I know a lot about teens, and parents are out there freaking out about how to deal with their teens, but I know how to do it. So I am going to go out there and I am going to help parents figure out how to deal with their kids, right? And that was my mindset at the moment. But what I didn't realize was that I was gonna hate working with parents until I actually got into it. Because the parents who were joining my program were parents who were frantic, were parents who were having a hard time, were parents who were desperate for a solution, which is all fine for attracting business, but their energy and their attitude and the way they came about it. Plus, most parents don't want to hear that they're doing anything wrong, right? They just want validation for, no, we're right. It's our kid that's awful. It's our kid that's wrong. Let's fix the kid because we're okay, right? So when I started, and I'm not attacking anybody, right? The people who work with parents, they deserve a lot of credit because it's not easy. But I realized that that wasn't what I wanted to spend my day doing. I didn't want to spend my day having to convince parents that there was something they could improve. So I realized that I had targeted the wrong clients to work with. And I started shifting until I eventually came to what I do now, right? So I did the whole starting over thing because I didn't think through what you're talking about right now. So I wasn't really aware of how do you build your business around the people that you want to work with. But if you started that way, it makes for such a pleasant experience as opposed to just starting with this idea, which you can do, but just be aware that that's where you're headed, right?
That's right. Yeah, that's right. When I started my online business, networking based business in early 2021, I didn't know what I was going to be doing online. So I'd have one-on-one, I'd go to networking events, I'd have one-on-ones. And, afterwards, we'd set up a one-on-one. And I just ask them, what if I'm a business coach, if there's anything I can help you with complimentary free of charge right now, what would it be? And they would tell me. I'd ask to help them, and then I'd help them. And then when people ask the same thing so many times, I realized, oh, these are the people that need help, and this is what they need help with. And then I realized unless I wanted to create reinventing the wheel every time I would need to create a system for doing that and helping them. And that created my first online course. And then it became also my second online course. My first online course was the 6-step perfect pitch process for online networking groups. The second product that I just rolled out is called Making My First Few Thousand on LinkedIn and Zoom. And it starts with the customer. Who do you want to serve? What do they need? And then it makes building the product and building the services really easy. And it's not as frustrating when you're trying to think, okay, this is what I want to do. Now I have to go find who wants this.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, as we are getting ready to wrap up here, what are some final thoughts that you would like to leave us with and share with all of us as we consider how to claim that next level in our lives, how to start over? And I know you're more focused on starting over in the business sense of things, right? But any wisdom or any keys that you might want to share with us as we wrap up on our mindset or our focus as we explore this idea of starting over, what would you like to leave us with?
Well, I don't think it's anything new or profound. It's just that change is going to happen regardless of whether you want it to or expect it to. Change is like an accident. Okay, it cannot be predicted. That's the definition of an accident. But you can prepare for it, right? You can buy the right car in case you're in a bad car wreck, right? You can, there's all kinds of ways you can prepare for accidents, and it doesn't have to be an accident. Starting your own business for the vast majority of Americans statistically show is what they want to do. So I would say, think ahead, plan ahead, act ahead, and then you'll be better prepared when change happens, because change is going to happen anyways.
Absolutely. Now, Jade, thank you so much. You've shared so much wisdom with us today, but I know that you also have a gift that you want to give everybody here, and I'm getting ready to post the link, but could you tell us a little bit about the gift that you've prepared for everybody watching?
Yeah, so I just mentioned a minute ago about the second course that I launched called the Making My First Few Thousand on LinkedIn and Zoom. There's a lot of people who really want to learn how to earn money remotely or online or on Zoom like we're doing right now. How do you do that? And so this is a course that I just started that helps you figure out how to do that based off of how I've done it and how I've done it many times before over the last few decades, as I alluded to earlier. And it's the same steps. It's a 7-step process that can be adapted for anything. And it's called Making My First Few Thousand in LinkedIn and Zoom. And then if you go to mastermind.com and you search for me, Jade Handy, JADEHANDY, just like on my screen here, you'll see the courses that I have on there. And there's lots of different courses that I've put out and lots of different videos within that have all the pieces that you need to put this together for yourself.
Awesome. That's outstanding. Now, Jade and I actually, like I said before, met through LinkedIn. So he's on there all the time. So I'm sure if you have questions or if you want to just reach out, that's another way that you can find him. But the link to his free gift is on the chat. So you might want to grab that. And Jade, thanks again for being with us today. It has been outstanding getting to share with you. And I know all of us got a lot of great usable information today on how to start over confidently and boldly. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, awesome. So we are at 11:16 right now, and our schedule has us ready for a break. But before we go on that break, I just want to reinforce a couple of things or reaffirm a couple of things. First of all, don't go too far, because at 11:30 we're going to have Ivy Marsh, and you don't want to miss Ivy. I'm so excited that he agreed to be part of this project, and I'm so excited for our conversation. I can't wait for that. But I promised you a little break, so we're going to go there. If you are watching on Facebook, or if you are watching the replay and you have missed any of the information today, or if you simply are now listening to our conversations and you're thinking, gosh, I wish I could go back and re-listen to this thing, replay what was just said. While we're on the break, there's going to be a link on the screen, and I am also going to post it on the chat, where you can go grab the VIP pass, so you have lifetime access to all of these recordings, so that you can listen and re-listen to all our interviews, and you will also get them in audio format, so you can take them with you on the go as you are doing your groceries, working out, walking around, driving in your car, wherever you might be. You can take the audio versions with you. And I am also putting together a workbook with all the key takeaways, all the key tips, strategies, and suggestions from our speakers, so that you can take notes on there, reread it whenever you need to, just go back and look at the bullet points and have that information at the tip of your fingertips, at the tip of your fingers, again, anytime you need to. So like I said, we are going to be taking a short break. This is a break for you to stretch, grab your favorite beverage, make sure that you are ready to sit down and listen, because we still have a lot of content to cover and a lot of wonderful speakers to come. So I am going to post on the screen our time to get back, which is 11:30. We're actually going to start promptly at 11:30. So I suggest that you're here before the 11:30 mark, so that you don't miss any of the information. And my alarm just went off, see? So that you don't miss any of the conversation with Ivy, because that is going to be outstanding. I am again posting here on the chat. Give me a second. I have a hard time typing and talking, so I'm sure that's a lot of us. So that is where you can go to grab your VIP ticket if you have missed anything, or if you just want to have all of this to go back and re-listen to and rewatch. That's where you get to go. But again, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break. You can turn off your cameras if you'd like, but don't go too far, and make sure you can hear us when we come back, because when we come back, we will be talking to pastor, amazing man, and a wonderful, wonderful speaker, Ivy March. So you don't want to miss any of this. I'll see you soon. Let me post that. Well, hello. We are resuming in about 5 minutes. So if you moved away from your computer, I hope you can hear me. We are going to be starting again with Ivy March in about 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes now. So I hope that you are close enough to hear me so you are not too far and won't miss anything. All right. So as we start gathering together to come back to our event and our next speaker, I just wanted to take a few moments to thank you again for being part of this project. It is a project that is very near and dear to my heart and something that I know is going to impact a lot of people positively. There's so much going on in the world. There is so much transition and flux and uncertainty that I just thought it would be timely to put together an event in which we can get the tools, the encouragement, and the inspiration to go from unseen to legendary, to really step into that passion and that dream that has been living inside of us, but that for whatever reason, we haven't had the courage, the strength, or the tools to step forward and step into that next level of joy, fulfillment, and success. I believe that as we work to become the people we were meant to be, the people we were designed to be, we also rise everybody around us. We take them with us to another level of positivity and of hope. And as the world continues to be in flux, as everything continues to shift, as we go from one emergency or one crisis to another, it's important to understand that we, first of all, are not alone. And that second of all, there's so much inside of us that can help us start shifting, not just our life and our world, but the world of those people around us that we are in touch with, that are close to us, that bring us closer together, and that help us be who we were designed to be and do the things that we were designed to do. One of the things that I want to touch on before we bring Ivy up is that I believe part of what gets to be pulled out of us right now is our faith in the fact that we can change things, our faith in the fact that we were not placed on this planet to just be here, to occupy space. We were placed on this planet with a purpose. We were placed on this planet to fulfill a mission that was laid inside of our hearts. So as we have been facing all of these changes, as we have seen everything around us shift and move into uncertainty, like I said before, it's important to get back in touch with our design, with who we were created to be, and start stepping into that design and that greatness that lives inside of us, but that we might not have been living up to up until now. So I am really excited for you to continue listening to what our speakers have to share. And just to recap a little bit, with Wendy McKenna this morning, our first speaker, we talked about the importance of vision and of taking advantage of those choice points that we face in our life to transform our lives and transform our leadership, so we can step into the space where we can be who we need to be in order to pursue our visions. Then we talked to Jay just now about starting over, and how starting over is not a negative thing. It's in fact a positive thing. It's amazing. It's a good thing to do. And as I am getting ready to bring Ivy up on the stage, I am very excited to hear what he is going to share with us. Ivy, there you are. Thank you for being with us today. Let me tell a little bit about you and how I came to know your work. We have a friend in common, Dave Horvath, and he will actually be part of this event later on today. And he had you on his Becoming Uncommon event a little bit back. And when I heard you talk about legacy and your vision of what a legacy is, I just knew that if you could be part of this event, you would have so much to offer and so much to bring. Since then, I've gotten more familiar with your work and everything that you do. I admire your determination, your dedication. I admire how you lift especially men around you, to be who God created all of us to be, and to live in that space where we create a legacy, not necessarily in the way that most people think about, and we will talk more about that in a minute, but in the way that honors God and that honors who we are meant to be. So Ivy, I thank you so much for being part of of this event today and being with us this morning. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for having me, and thank you for being willing to serve people and get great information out there. And you know what? Thank you for your smile and your joy today. You are the highest energy person I've ever been on Zoom with. So thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you. I believe, and this is completely off topic, but I believe that God gives each of us with something that is instantaneous that we can share with people right away. And I feel blessed that he gave me a smile that most people connect with. So I make it a point to smile as much as I can. So I would love to start by just having you share a little bit of how you came to the space where you do what you do, where you share with people how to be their best selves, how to become is the word that you use often. So what was your journey like? How did you get to this space?
Well, in 4 months, I'll be 50. So it's been a slow burn for sure. It did not happen overnight. I spent so a lot of years, not a few years in the military, became a police officer, did all of that stuff, played college football, was very much in a Southern world. God was not part of my equation at all. Helping people improve their lives was not really in my vision at all. And then my wife and Benet and I, we had children, and we embarked on our spiritual journey. And I saw a lot of things, which nobody is shocked by this, but I saw a lot of things wrong with the system, the criminal justice system. I saw a lot of things wrong in a bunch of different just organizational areas. And we just made a decision that we were going to do the best that we could to provide a space, a faith family where people could come regardless of what they believed, thought, assumed about God, about his people, about his way of doing life, and really tried to focus not on Christianity. I have a pretty high disdain for American Christianity. We believe in the kingdom of God, not the Christianity of the South, or honestly America. And so we try to perpetuate that. And then God, because we do have some gifts, like you said, that we should be ready to use at any point. And we believe that our greatest gift is to be able to show people what's possible. That if you really tap into who you were created to be, you can live life to the fullest now. That's not at some point later. You can impact everybody that you come in contact with in a positive way. You can become the man, the woman that you're created to be. And if you happen to be married, we get pushback on this, but we believe you can have a honeymoon atmosphere, if not every day, for sure most days. Because we try to teach people, don't ever let your outside circumstances or outside pressure infiltrate your marriage, your home, your attitude, your being, because it's just not necessary. You have the power to overcome all of those things.
Absolutely. Now, I love that you just mentioned that. Don't let the outside circumstances, what's going on outside, determine who you get to be or how you get to show up, because that's one of the reasons that prompted this event. There's so much going on out there. There's so much uncertainty. There's so much flux. Everything seems to be shifting right before our eyes. And it's a time when I think we have a huge choice to make between letting ourselves be carried by the circumstances and by everything that's happening, or stand firm on who we get to be, right? And that's one of the things that prompted this event. And one of the reasons why I'm so excited to talk to you during this event is because when I first heard you define legacy, I was just floored, because I had never heard anybody explain it the way you did, and it makes so much sense to me. So could you walk us through a little bit how you define legacy and why it's so important for us to work on building a legacy?
Sure, absolutely. Legacy became a buzzword somewhere around 7 to 12 months ago, where everybody was like, leave a legacy, or they made shirts that said legacy and all this stuff. And I think that was the beginning of the understanding. I think that our Creator, because He's everywhere, He knows everything. Whether you're in journey with Him or you're not, He's able to get the message into the world that He wants to start to perpetuate. And so legacy came on the scene because our Creator thinks in the terms of legacy. He thinks third, fourth, and fifth generation. That's how His decision-making process is done.
Yeah.
We're all created in the image and likeness, so our decision process should be that way. And legacy is very different than inheritance. When people started talking about legacy, they were drawn to inheritance. Let me figure out how to make a lot of money. Let me figure out how to leverage certain kinds of insurance and investments to ensure, they would say this, that my legacy is perpetuated. Well, what they're actually talking about is an inheritance. And I think that should be extremely important. It's actually a part of it. But legacy, inheritance is tangible. It's money, it's property, it's stuff. Legacy is intangible. It's my ability to pour into you my wisdom to carry you into your next level faster. Like you should, if you're in a relationship with me, you shouldn't have to start at the zero I started. I should be able to elevate you to a platform where you launch from my highest platform and then you ascend to a greater height. But you carry that thought process with you. So when you're pouring into other people, they don't start at ground zero. They start where you started. And then because our Creator thinks that way, there was this constant momentum with His people all the time. They didn't have to start over. Did they start over sometimes? Absolutely, because they did very unwise things, which is what we do. But if you can grasp a legacy philosophy, then the momentum in your family, the momentum in your friendships can grow exponentially over the years, where momentum can cover mistakes if they're not like tragic. Like you can like trip and fall, but because the momentum of legacy is so strong, you even fall forward. Like you gain ground in your failure because you're moving at such a fast rate.
Absolutely. What I think what impacted me the most in your definition of legacy is that it has nothing to do really with whether you're a parent or not, whether you're married or not, whether you have an immediate family with you or not. Because the way I understand your definition of legacy, as long as somebody is within my reach, I have a legacy to build, right? And then there's that ripple effect, because if I get to create a legacy for everybody around me, then those people around me get to see that they create a legacy as well. And it just continues to grow, right? And that's how we change the world, really, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, and I'm not trying to open up a can of worms because I know there's very different thought process in this, but there's a statement that, hey, everybody's a leader. I understand what they're trying to say, but I believe that's actually untrue. The more powerful statement, in my opinion, is everybody has influence. And we're influencing all the time. That's a big deal. I want to be an influencer. Well, just so you know, you already are. You don't have to have 15K followers to be an influencer. You have influence. On average, every person on the planet has a minimum of influence to 10 people. So if you just think about that in the context of math, if I think legacy, and I know I have this influence, married, not single, not, doesn't matter, I'm a human being, then I affect change multiplied by 10 in mine. Well, those 10 people have an influence on 10. Well, now the multiplication begins to expand, and all it takes is a mental shift to begin to think legacy. And you're right, for sure your community's changed. For sure. Well, if I can change a community, I can change a city. If I can change a city, I can change a state. If I can change a state, I can change a country. And I know that may seem hard right now because our country is doing well, but not so well. But ultimately, ultimately, you can change the world, but it takes perseverance, determination, drive, discipline, all those things to keep that philosophy ahead of yourself.
Absolutely. Now, a lot of the people watching this event gravitated towards it because they recognize that they have something, a dream, a passion, something in them that they have not pursued for whatever reason. And they might be seeing everything that's happening. They might be seeing the clock tick and they might be thinking, you know what, my time has passed. There's no way I can do this. Or on the other hand, they might just think, but wait, that's selfish just to think about my passion or my dream or what I get to do. How do you respond to those people who are looking at years of quote unquote wasted space where they have not pursued their dreams or their passions?
Let's see. You have I hope you have two things going for you. If you're seasoned, I won't say you're old, I'll say you're seasoned. You have you have transformational knowledge on one side, you have experiential character on the other side, which gives you wisdom. Now listen, if you just got knowledge and it wasn't transformational, then you read that, you watched that for entertainment. It's up to you to make the knowledge you have transformational.
Yes.
If you have experiential character, but your character has not been changed by those experiences, then you just went to an event. The event becomes experiential character to you because you apply that. You take both of those, transformational knowledge, experiential character, and now I got the t-shirt. I earned the scars. I got the black eyes. I get it. It becomes wisdom. And with wisdom, even if you're 50, like even if I started today, like I decided with myself at 50, okay, I'm going to start living my dream. I don't want a job anymore. I want to monetize my dream. Okay. Well, I have a lot of wisdom to apply. Wisdom applied moves you a lot faster than like throwing stuff at the wall, hoping it sticks.
Yeah.
Like that's not wisdom. That's trial and error. You get wisdom from that. But once you have wisdom, man, you can start gaining ground fast. And just on average, you start when you're 50, you got a solid 30 years left, like a solid 30. Tony Robbins, I watched a thing the other day that said, based on where we are now in healthcare, the ability to purchase different things outside of traditional healthcare, he was like, people living to 100 and 110 is extremely the norm in the next 5 years. So, okay, well, if that's the case, then I got 50 more. I got a whole nother lifetime to apply the wisdom, leave the legacy that I want. So I try to encourage people all the time, if you're seasoned, don't feel like you're behind the ball. I would say to you, you actually have the ball now and can score way more than somebody who's 25. Like, not to discredit the 25-year-old, but like, you get it done. And for people to say, but that feels self-serving. I'm promoting myself. I'm trying to become an influencer. I'm doing all, man, that just feels wrong. There is an entity in the atmosphere that comes to steal, kill, and destroy. And I think one of the ways that happens is it talks you into false humility, which causes you to hide your gift. Everybody has a gift, and it's not meant to be hidden. It's meant to be shared. And you have massive capacity to impose influence and greatness on other people. And so that voice needs to get out. And I've coached in companies forever, and the question is always, how do I get promoted? Or somebody's not happy with how they're getting paid. I said, well, the one thing you want to do is you want to start getting paid for your dream. You don't want a job, you want a dream. They're like, I'm not ready to do that. I just need a raise. I'm like, okay, well, you need to stop worrying about what you're not getting paid and be more concerned about what you're not bringing to the table. Because momentum is gained at the table. And if I can bring massive value to the table, then that value will be matched by compensation at some point. And if it's not in my current organization, there'll be a headhunter that comes to find me because I know how to bring value to the table, and they'll hunt me down and they'll pay me for the value I bring.
Absolutely.
Does a lot.
No, but that's awesome. And I love how you talk about the acquired wisdom and how you can actually use that as part of your legacy and as part of what you bring to the table. Now, you mentioned something there near the end that I want us to talk about a little bit, if you're okay with that. And it's this idea of being or becoming, right? You talk a lot about becoming the man that you're supposed to be. Your church actually has something to do with becoming as well, right? So I want us to talk a little bit about how becoming, first of all, how do you get started on knowing who you get to become? And secondly, how do you tie that into your legacy?
Okay, great question. You're asking really good questions. Just probably why you're good at this and you're going to make a lot of money doing this.
Thank you.
Most people set goals and they have a vision, they set a goal, and they try to develop a strategy to get me from here to there without ever, in my opinion, without ever asking this question. If I would like to make, let's say, 6 figures in 3 years. If you're out there and you're like, I'm killing 6 figures, and you're like, I want to make $1 million, I would say, great. Strategy and planning is important. And your last communicator, is it Jade?
Mhm.
Is that right? He
Yeah,
said
Jade.
something that's profoundly connected to what I'm about to say. He said, listen, you need to figure out who you're trying to serve and then develop a strategy to do that. All right. That's true.
Mhm.
I think that's profound wisdom. Everybody should do that. Go pay for Jade's class. I'm going to go do that. But you look out and you go, okay, I want to make $1 million. All right, well, now ask yourself this. Don't look at the strategy first. Ask yourself this question. What kind of person do I have to become that I could have $1 million? That it would move in my direction? Because if I try to stay the same person that I am right now, develop a strategy to make me $1 million, I'll never, ever get there. I'll never, ever see $1 million. At best,
Absolutely.
6 figures. So the process of becoming is understanding you are beautifully and wonderfully made. There are gifts and talents on the inside of you that are hidden and unlocked, and you have unbelievable potential, and you have a dream. You have this thing you want to obtain. Don't strategize it. Work on self-transformation along the way to become the person that could be trusted with $1 million.
Absolutely.
That's why people who win the lottery go broke in a year.
Yeah.
They're the same person.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I had a similar experience, not to buy into your time, but I had a similar experience when I was overweight and I wanted to lose weight, right? So I was extremely overweight. I'm 5 feet tall and I weighed almost 200 pounds, right? And I was like, no, I need to lose weight. I need to get healthy. But I would lose a couple of pounds, gain them right back, lose a couple of pounds, gain them right back. It wasn't until I understood that I needed to be a different person. I needed to be the person who's healthy. I needed to be the person who eats well. I need to be the person who likes working out. It wasn't until I made that shift that I was able to take the weight off and keep it off, right? And I think that that kind of exemplifies what you're talking about so eloquently. If we are looking to create something different, but we remain the same person, then we don't have the skills or the trust or the ability to manage whatever comes next. And God is so faithful and so awesome. He's not going to give us something we can't handle, right? So when we become the person that can handle all these other things, then we're entrusted with it. And that feeds into our legacy, because then we are demonstrating to the people around us how to make that transformation, starting from the right space, which is the becoming, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm so proud of you. Like that's a big hurdle to make, where you
Thank you.
change your belief system about something that gives you the ability to sustain behavior that helps you become something different. And so you did, honestly, one of the most difficult things in a human's life is to not just change my behavior, but I'm changing how I believe about these things. I believe working out is fun. and then it changes your behavior. And then you've actually become the person that you see yourself becoming. Great job. That's awesome.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So let's get a little bit more practical and tactical, if you don't mind. So
Yeah.
when we are we're listening to everything you're saying, we're like, okay, Ivy, it makes sense. I need to focus on becoming and I want to create a legacy, but where the heck do I start? What is tactically, right? Like tactically, where can I start?
Okay, you have to be willing to first, the way that I did it was I deconstructed my belief system. Everybody has a boss. That's your belief operating system. And you are operating consciously and subconsciously from it all the time. So you need to employ the assistance of other people to challenge your belief system, to help you have a different perspective of life and what's available, what's possible, and then begin to reprogram your computer, for lack of a better term. Like you can't just reboot your system and hit the delete button. All that information is still there. So at best, what you can do is go in, deconstruct it, and then begin to reprogram it. One of the things that I have found most helpful in my life, and it doesn't slow me down. I'm still moving fast. I'm still trying to gain ground very quickly, but I've programmed myself to value patience. Because if you're gonna leave a legacy, legacy is built right now. In my daily grind and what I do and how I think decisions, the legacy is being built right now, but it's not realized until way later. So some of the things that I've done in the last 10 years, I'm realizing now, and it's great. It's the greatest reward ever. However, I know decisions I'm making now, I'm not going to see for another 20. Like as the old saying goes, I'm sowing certain kinds of seed and they're just not going to produce fruit for a little while. It's a very slow growing tree. And so you have to employ the value of patience with accompanied tenacity. Like, it's not like, okay, I'm gonna be patient. No, patient is not passivity. Patience is my ability to endure the long-term fight, the long-term drive, knowing that at some point the reward will come.
Yes. And that is faith.
yeah. A lot of faith.
Yeah, because
man.
I mean, you can call it whatever you want, right? You can call it trusting, you can call it believing, you can call it whatever you want. But the reality of it is that what we're talking about are things that we might not even see the results in our lifetime. And that's part of the point, is that regardless of how long it might take, if we know it's a worthwhile outcome, then it's worth sowing the seed today and having the trust, the faith, the whatever you want to call it, to know that eventually something positive is going to come out of it, whether it's in our lifetime or not, right? And that is, I think, a big part of what a legacy is. It's like it goes beyond us and it outlives us. And it's pretty much something that has, like I said before, that ripple effect, right? That continues to grow and expand as people continue to connect with it, right?
I think that's what makes it difficult. I think that's why people gravitated to inheritance instead of legacy. Yeah. Inheritance, very tangible. It's fairly easy. I'm not trying to make it like it's difficult, but it's easily done, meaning it's process, next right decision, do this, and you can see it growing. There it is. Legacy, though, is at least 80,000 feet of a philosophy change. Like you change the way you're thinking. So people ask that, well, how do I do it? What's it look like? Well, you got to employ patience. You got to know, you got to be in for the long haul. You can't expect for your investment to give you a 12% return tomorrow. It's not happening. It will give you possibly an 80% return in 10 years or 20 years, or maybe you have passed away and people are realizing it. And so that's kind of how you have to live. But most people live for themselves. So I try to tell people the next practical thought process you need to change is, I value patience. I got it. Now what's next? You need to think in the context of last name. First name is about me. Ivy wants to do X because Ivy likes to do X. But Marsh is my last name, and Marsh is an inclusive conversation. My last name is about us. My last name is about perpetuating legacy. And we all understand this because we see it and we buy their products. Rolls Royce, 2 last names. McDonald's, last name. Ford, last name. Prada, last name. Like I could go down the list. And we all think, oh, I'm just buying this cool thing because they marketed it well and I want that. Okay, that's cool. But I would rather you change your thinking because it'll help you to understand you're perpetuating someone's legacy.
Absolutely.
You're paying a family money so that their legacy is perpetuated. So I hardly ever, this may be super dysfunctional, but I own it. I hardly ever wear clothes with a visual logo. If I'm going to wear clothes, they're going to have my logo on it. They're going to have my last name on it. It's not because I don't appreciate Nike. I appreciate Nike, Under Armour, whatever. But I think that way. I think, okay, I have a choice. I can perpetuate Under Armour's legacy or I can perpetuate mine. And I would just rather see it that way and go, if you see me, I'm going to have on a Becoming Man shirt, a Becoming One shirt, or we have Legacy Ranch here, which is our family crest. You'll see me wearing that.
That's awesome.
And really, that's pretty much the logos that I display. However,
That's
Marcy, if Under Armour wanted to pay me a crap ton of money, I would probably
Well,
wear
there you
it.
go.
Yeah.
There you go. Now, before we wrap up, because we're coming up to the top of the hour, I think I would be doing everybody a disservice if I didn't ask this one last thing. Now, you and Bené have an amazing ministry helping couples, and she is outstanding, and you guys together are doing amazing things. And as we're talking about legacy, it has felt up until now very much me-centered, right? Like I'm creating this legacy, I'm doing this thing. But let's talk a little bit as we close about how do we address this when we have a spouse, when there's other people in our lives that we get to think about and consider.
Woo. Marriage is a great thing. Bené and I love being married. We love to see other people's marriage be successful. One of the best things that we did to get in agreement and alignment about our legacy, our vision, the reason we're in the earth was we developed core values within our family, sold out to them. They were not like a good idea. They were not something flashy. They were legit things that we held in super high esteem. So for us, it's freedom, relationships, excellence, servanthood, honor, generosity, and power.
Awesome.
I don't think a person who is serious about leaving a legacy can do that without making your values in your family concrete. To say, this is who we are, this is what we're about. And the power of a husband and wife agreeing on those things and then agreeing on the end game, honestly, I'm not really sure the gates of hell can stop you. Like it's a unified front, so powerful, because the marriage is meant to show the glory of God, the glory of your creator. Like that's what it's meant to do. And so when you come together like that, you begin to do that, it is legitimately an unstoppable force. I'm not saying you don't have difficulties, but man, on the days I'm having a bad day, it just works out. She's stoked. On the days she's having a bad day, I'm at a high level, and we're able to bring each other, encourage each other. There are some times that, we're both down at the same time, but it's very, very few and far between. And even when that happens, we're still able to encourage one another because the power of two becoming together as one is much more powerful than an individual just trying to make it. Nothing against my single people. Single people get you a dope friend and have a good time. I'm just speaking in the context of marriage right
Oh, absolutely. And we do know that we are not, generally speaking, meant to create anything wonderful in isolation, right? So this
Right.
whole idea of solopreneur, not really. You create a team because that's how you scale, that's how you grow, right? So
Yep.
I love how you address that. And I love that you mentioned that it starts with core values because that's what I believe as well. I'm just kidding. No, but I do agree with you. It's awesome. So before we go, you have an event coming up that sounds amazing, by the way, with
do.
your son Joshua. I hope I got the name right. And I'm going to post the link right here. But why don't you tell us a little bit more about it?
It's we're going to talk about the ability to increase your capacity to affect future generations. So it is a continuation of the legacy concept. It's a 2-night free event. It's happening October 3rd and 4th at 7:30 p.m. Central. So depending on where you're at. And then he and I honestly are just going to have a super candid conversation about things I did well, things he did well, things I didn't do so well, decisions he didn't make that were so well. And even through all of that, night 2 will tell you where we're at today, how it is a major success and win on our part, and what we're looking to accomplish in the future. Just to help our goal is to give people a tangible viewpoint of what's possible, give you hope. There'll be a few practical steps based on our story. You'll hear those and go, oh, I need to do that, I need to do that. But there'll also be some vulnerability where like, oh, definitely don't need to do that. And I don't need to do that.
Yeah.
And so it'll be a great conversation.
Awesome. Well, anybody who's interested in hearing this conversation and participating in this event, the link is in the chat. If you are not interested, grab it anyway and share it with someone who you know can benefit from this conversation and from learning tactical things. We all want to do a good job as parents. We all want to do a good job with the next generation because we know ours is a little messed up. But we want to make a difference, right? So let's go ahead and start gaining the capabilities and being vulnerable in front of one another and learning how to create a better world for tomorrow, today, right? So thank you so much again, Ivy. I know you have a million things going on, but it has been such a pleasure and such a blessing to have you here. And thank you again.
Yes, ma'am. Y'all have fun.
Thanks.
I'll be on in and out today. So I'm gonna try to catch as much as I can. So thanks for having me on. I appreciate it. Thank you for everybody for your time.
Thank you. All right, so our next speaker is already on the queue. I see her and I am so excited. Now I am going to bring you up, Miriam. Miriam Martinez, my fellow Latina. We have
Yes.
3 Latinas on the panel today, so woohoo, Latina power. We connected through LinkedIn and through another event that I participated in, and actually a podcast that I participated in
Right.
with a friend that we have in common. And she reached out to me and she was like, I detected a little bit of an accent. Are you Latina? And I was like, yeah, I'm proud of it. And since that moment on, we started a connection. The first time we spoke, it really felt like reconnecting with a long lost friend. That's what
Yes.
it felt like to talk to Miriam. And she is an outstanding mental health expert. She has a heart for helping women. And I can't wait for this conversation because I know it's going to take us from, yes, the mindset part of it, but more into practical, how do we stop this sabotaging yourself nonsense?
Oh,
And
yes.
how do we move
Nonsense is a
forward, right?
perfect word to describe it. Yes.
So thank you for being with us today, Miriam. Some people are watching on Facebook. Some people are going to catch the replay, but those who are alive get also the benefit of asking questions if they have them. So let's just hop right on and start talking about how did you get started in all this work and in focusing on helping women specifically overcome that inner disapprover that we're going to be talking about today.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. And thank you for having me. This is really fun and I'm excited to be here. Definitely. So I've always been curious about people, so I think from my first psychology class in high school, I was hooked for the most part. But my process was starting actually with child development and working with young children. And I was a preschool teacher for a really long time. And I knew that I wanted to do more with that and likely become a therapist or a counselor of some kind. And there happened to be a program in my community that was a double master's in marriage and family therapy and art therapy. So I got curious because I'm doing all this wonderful art with all these little people. And I'm thinking, wow, this would be like a very wonderful way to continue to help children in another way. And so I, applied for the program, and I did not go into the program, as identifying as an artist. So I went into the program thinking, oh, this will be a great tool that I'll use with other people. Right. So that says a lot about where I was at that time. So when I got into the program, it was a requirement that I do, 6 units of art or whatever. And I was a little bit flabbergasted, like, wait, what? What is it that you want me to do? But it's, I will be forever grateful, for that push, because it started a journey, of self-discovery, not only as my inner artist, who am I as an artist, you know what I mean? But also a personal journey, of self-exploration and growth. So once I went through the program and, started working as an art therapist, it was kind of a no-brainer that art and creativity, are essential healing elements for people.
Yeah.
But the themes, because I worked with children and families, the themes that I kept running into was how mom was feeling.
Mm,
Right? Am I good enough?
yeah.
Am I doing it right? I just don't think I'm that good. I don't, just constant, and I was just like, wow, I just keep seeing the same thing. It's just a different body that's sitting in front of me, right? And it started to really
Yeah.
pain me, to be honest with you. It was really painful to
Yeah.
see that was a consistent thing, for women. And then a few years back, my mom passed away.
Mm.
And she was a woman that was in that trap, of not feeling like she was good enough or worthy. Her whole life was about her children and self-sacrifice and not having her own life, and so, kind of like the combination created this storm, so to speak, and it lit up a fire in me that was like, wait, no woman, as long as I'm around, right? No woman will ever again, right, sacrifice her life for another person, not live her life in her full truth, and not leave this earth without having done that. So it's
Yeah.
just something that really ignited my fire, my passion, and that's why I do what I do.
I'm going to take this a little bit on a tangent for a second, and then I'll bring it right back. But as I was listening to your story, I found it so interesting because one of the things that broke my heart as an educator when I was a teacher was seeing how often we kill creativity for the sake of learning or growth or mastering the things that we're supposed to master, right?
Yeah.
And I wholeheartedly believe that one of the reasons why we're seeing so much trauma and so much mental health issues, right? So many mental health issues in our life, in our community, in our country, is because we have killed creativity early on in people's lives, right? So I think that as I was listening to you, I just had to mention that because killing creativity amounts to, in my mind, killing your essence and killing what makes you unique. And so we are finding more and more people, especially like you said, women. I think the reason why it affects us so much is because then we are floundering to find our identity. And women, we find it in being a mom or in being a wife or in taking care of other people. And that starts negating who we really are meant to be or who we really were in the beginning, right?
Yeah.
So I just had to mention that.
No, I think that's a really important point. I mean, really this could be like an all-day conversation and we're really going to get into it, you know what I mean? But when it comes to art and creativity, I completely agree. I mean, part of my training was working in the school system, as a school counselor. And every time I heard a teacher say, yeah, but the fire trucks aren't blue, to a child, it was like, oh, my poor heart would ache, like, what do you do when you just crush his little spirit? And what's the big deal anyway?
Absolutely.
Right? Why can't we go outside the lines? Why can't we look at the world through a different lens? And I think that's the beauty that art offers. It's like, oh, I can look at this through a different perspective in a different way, But I wholeheartedly believe that women in particular are creative beings because we are creators. right, by nature. So if we're not tapping into our art making and our creativity, I completely agree with you. I think our soul is dying,
Crushed. Yeah.
slowly dying, you know, and
Yeah,
thirsty
absolutely. Yeah.
for that, you know. But we're, again, we have these belief systems in our society around what makes art, what makes an artist, and it's very, very limited. It's a very small box. So most people will say, I'm not an artist. And I'm here to say, yes, you are.
We all are.
Yes,
It kills me when people are like, I'm not creative.
yes,
Oh,
you
yeah,
are.
you are.
You just
Just
have
give
to
it a
let
go
loose
for
a
a
little
minute or
bit. Yeah.
two. So let's talk a little bit about that inner disapprover. Like, I've heard a lot of names for different things, but I do believe you're the first one I've heard call it directly that, an inner disapprover.
Mhm.
So what is it that we're talking about when we talk about the inner disapprover, and where does it come from?
Well, from my perspective, the inner disapprover is that negative chatter in your head, right? That's constantly telling you that you're screwing up, that you're not doing it right, that why can't you do it this way? Why can't you do it like that person? You know, so it's just filled with criticism and put downs and minimizing of your efforts. You know, that's another way that it shows up. People don't see all of the different ways that it shows up. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
we're so conditioned to believe that that's just what's normal. You know, so in my work, I will often, you know, point out to my client, oh, did you just notice that you said that, you know, about yourself? And they're like, I did, you know, and so it's like, wow, you know, like we're really like not that aware. And so it's a lot of work,
Mhm.
you know, to push against that conditioning, you know. But from my perspective, there's three different places that the inner disapprover comes from, you know. So the first one is our innate, right, God-given trait of the negativity bias in the
Yeah.
brain, right? And so the negativity bias in our brain, you know, comes from our cave people days where, you know, so it was all about survival, and we couldn't think positively, basically. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
if you do, then you relax. Imagine that. You know what I mean? So you can chill out for a little while. And so that wasn't going to work in those days. Right. So we
Yeah.
had to constantly kind of stay with that negative thought process to keep us on our toes. And that is what happens when we're in the negative thought process. We're amped, we're kind of ready for something, you know, we're agitated. So that's
Yeah.
the first layer, you know, that I think about in terms of the inner disapprover. Then the second layer is how it acts as a defense mechanism. And this is what people just kind of scratch their heads at this, right? Because it makes no sense. It's quite illogical in a lot of ways, but that's
Yeah.
our amygdala. It's quite illogical. And so we have to
Yeah.
work with that, you know, and it's not easy, but the way that it shows up as a defense mechanism is that if we're struggling, if we're having a hard time, and that brings really difficult emotions on, obviously, right? Then our
Yeah.
brain perceives, right, that those emotions are attacking us. And so our body starts to go, whoop, here we go, got to go into our defense and our survival mode. And weirdly enough, the way that the inner disapprover, you know, protects you from, you know, the threat of your emotions is that it keeps you in your head. And so you
Yeah.
don't have to feel anymore. Now you're in the loop. Why can't I? And I'm this, and I'm that, and I'm this, and I'm that, you know. And I was working with
Mm.
a client actually just a couple of days ago that felt so defeated, you know what I mean, by her over identification with it. And she's like, but I believe it. Like, I
Mhm.
know, I know, I know. And we can change that. We can change that.
Yeah.
And I hear the frustration around that, you know. And these first two pieces I think are important, and why I start, you know, with teaching around the brain and the body, because it creates a boundary between us and the inner disapprover. Okay, so it
Yeah.
becomes this body function versus me. Right?
Yeah.
It's not
Absolutely.
you, actually, it's just this brain function. And so I start with the, you know, with the motto, it's not me, it's my brain. And that's not as a way to not take self-responsibility, but just as a
Mhm.
way to let you off the hook a little bit. Like, oh, my brain's doing that again. Oh, there goes my brain again. You know what I mean? Instead of like, oh, there I go again, and I'm so this and I'm so that. Right? So it just it creates a
Absolutely.
little boundary there. And then the third layer is all our conditioning
Yeah.
from our families, from education, from media, from society, like you name it, right? So all of these different ways that we get negative messages about ourselves that we then as children, right, internalize as our voice. And
Yeah.
that's what's hard about coming out of that in adulthood, is that, wow, it's really not my voice. Like, no, that's not your voice. That's just something that got really ingrained in you, and it's really difficult to challenge, you know. And what's hard, you know, as humans and our imperfection is that because we have this negativity bias, it's kind of easy to be critical. So we
Yeah.
can, you know, inadvertently be critical with our children or with somebody that we love, and that hurts people. Right? I mean,
Yeah,
it does, and we're not meaning
Yeah,
to.
absolutely.
And so, you know, we have
Yeah.
to kind of, I look at it from that perspective when we're certainly talking about our childhood experiences and stuff. It's like, it would have been really easy for our parents, us as parents, any parent to inadvertently be critical, and for us to have, you know, taken that on somewhere in our body. And it's not a blaming issue, it's a human issue.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, I love that you make that separation, right? Like you said before, and it's not about releasing responsibility or just taking everything off our hands. On the contrary, I think it gives us a little bit more of something to grab onto in a sense.
Yes.
Like as I was listening to you, I was thinking about how that is the difference between imagining what we look like and actually looking in the mirror, right? Like we can imagine what our face looks like by touching it, by asking other people, by all these things. But until we actually look in the mirror, we don't really have a clear sense of what we look like. So I think when we can make that little boundary and that distinction, it's easier to quote unquote, so to speak, look in the mirror and look at, okay, this is what I'm saying. I can get curious then about where it came from. I can get curious then about all the effects that it has in my life as I listen to the way I speak to myself and as I become more aware, right?
Right. Exactly. Yeah, beautifully said.
That's awesome. So, I love the fact that you have a little bit of a different, not a little bit, you have a different perspective on this whole idea of mindset, because mindset is in vogue. It's everywhere.
Oh,
Like
yes.
everybody's talking about mindset. Everybody has something to say about mindset, but you
Yes.
look at it differently. And I would love to spend a little bit of time talking about how you see it differently and why it's important to make that other distinction that you make.
Oh, yes. Yes. Thank you so much. I love this topic. And I have to say, I make, you know, I make the mindset coaches a little bit upset with me. So I'm just going to put the disclaimer out there. Right? So, you know, I understand mindset, you know, I understand the concept of mindset, you know, your thinking, how it affects you, how it changes you, etc. I think that my challenge with mindset is it turns into kind of like another way to say positive thinking, which then kind of starts scooting over into toxic positivity. You know what I mean? And when it comes to positive thinking, right, of course, that's an important element of health. I do believe that. It's not enough. It's not just that. So I'm a whole body coach, right? So I'm looking at your whole being. So it can't just be the mindset. And so what I often see, and I've struggled with it myself, right, is that people will say, but I'm thinking positive, and I switch my mindset, and now I'm thinking this instead of that, and I still don't feel great, you know, or I'm still not taking that next step or whatever. And it's like, right, because you haven't involved your body, right? So I think of it more like, how are the words that you're using with yourself, the tone, right? Just your way of interacting with yourself. How is that feeling in your body? Right? Because if your body can't take on that soothing of, you know, the positive thought, like, yeah, I'm pretty awesome. Right? But if your body's not involved, then it's not going to go very far. And that's what frustrates people. And so then the setup for that is, you know, I guess I'm not working hard enough on my mindset. And that's, and from my perspective, not true. It's like, no, your body has to be involved. You have to feel those sensations of soothing and comforting, right? You have to feel your power within that. And that's what helps you move forward, you know? So in the work that I do, I just really help people kind of trick their brain,
Which I think is important. And again, it's funny how the brain operates, because as I was listening to you, that triggered another comparison, right? When I was teaching, we learned with time, right? Like as the decades progressed, the profession evolved, and eventually we got to the space where we're like, wait. People learn in more than one way. And it's not just that they learn in more than one way, is that if we can incorporate several ways of learning into one lesson for one person, then the more different ways in which they can approach that information, the easier it is for them to learn it, right? So
Totally.
it sounds to me like there's a correlation there in just the way the brain works, right? The
Completely.
more different ways in which the input can come and be cemented, the more you can then actually have it take hold, take anchor, and do what it's meant to do, right?
No, I agree. And actually it's interesting that you talk about the shift in your profession, because that's the shift that's been happening in my profession. Right.
Yeah.
So from the therapist perspective, it is good to go talk to somebody, right? And kind of unload and maybe learn some things about yourself or your processes, but what I often notice is by the time people come to me, they're super frustrated because they're like, but I talked about it all. Like, I know, but your body did not, right? Your body didn't. Your body didn't feel the feelings, didn't process the experience in the way that it's necessary for the brain to do in order for us to move forward. So it's completely a physiological experience, to heal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Your mind.
Plus, in my own experience too, there's so much that we do in order to be able to live with ourselves. That and I mean that as I said it, right? In order for us to be able to live with ourselves and some of the things that we've done and the way we interpret some of the things that we've done, we end up creating all these other things in our brain, because our brain needs to understand and it needs to function. And like you said before, this defense mechanism that we put in place in order to be able to keep moving forward, that until we can release that in some way, then we're just spinning our wheels, I feel, right?
We are. That's exactly. And, I've been there. I get it. I've been there, and the more I do my own work, because I walk the talk, I'm fascinated constantly, be like, oh, wow, when I feel my body, amazing things happen. Wow, I've been missing this for a long time, and that's the feedback that I get from a lot of the clients that I work with. It's like, wow, all of a sudden things are moving, or all of a sudden things feel a little lighter, or that kind of a thing. It's like, yeah, because we have to incorporate our whole being in order to make the changes that we want to make.
And a little bit of self-compassion, right? Knowing that it's
so
not going to
much
be instant.
self-compassion. That's my number one antidote to the inner disapprover, right? Because what self-compassion does, and there's plenty of data around this now, it's been studied for a very long time at this point. You can look up Kristen Neff's work if anybody's interested around that, but it's the number one antidote to the inner disapprover, because it's the complete opposite experience. So if you make a mistake, if you miss the mark, if you don't make your goal, if you've had a bad day, whatever it is, you're just like, oh, it's okay. Right? Like the way you would respond to a good friend, like you would be compassionate with a good friend if they were having a bad day. You would be like, oh, what can I do? Are you okay? But with us, we're like, oh, you're so
definitely
stupid, you're so lazy, you just can't, all these things. And it's like, oh my goodness. So when we start to flip that around and we start to learn to respond to ourselves in that way, right? Life gets so much easier, because life is already so hard. And we don't need to make it any harder than it is by beating up on ourselves and keeping ourselves in that survival response, right? Because one of the things that I like to help people understand about being stuck is that it's just being in freeze mode.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's all it is. Again, not your mindset. Nothing's
The
wrong
way
with
the brain
you.
operates.
Yeah, it's just, we just get stuck sometimes, you're just a human. So go shake it off, do a little dance, reset your nervous system a little bit, and then get back to work. It's not a
Absolutely.
tragedy, right? But then we stay in that. Stay in that. And then the
Then
day
it
goes
becomes
by and
a
I didn't do the
tragedy.
things I wanted to do
Yeah,
because I spent it all beating on myself, and then or
absolutely.
avoiding, right?
That's the
Avoiding
other
in
one,
some
yeah.
way. Yeah.
So, as we're listening to you, I know a lot of the people listening are thinking, okay, that all sounds awesome and amazing. How do I get started making the shift or implementing the thing? What would you say are the first 1 or 2 tactical steps that we can take to start moving and
So I
silencing that
love
inner
that
discipline?
question so much, because one of the things that is very important to me is to make sure people know that I'm human just like them, right? And so many of us, in this field and as coaches and as leaders and stuff, make it seem like it's easy. And that is
Mhm.
not at all. This is a very simplified, half an hour conversation,
Absolutely.
about this topic. So I just want to put that out there. And I also want to say that, when I first discovered Kristen Neff's work, maybe about 10 years ago or so, I bought it for my clients and what I could do for them and what, et cetera. And as I started reading her book, and I share the story with everybody, I freaked out and closed it and was like, oh my God, what is she suggesting? So that is a natural response because our brain has been doing the negative thinking for so long, and our brain does
Mhm.
not like change. It doesn't matter how detrimental the pattern is. It's like, but we're comfortable, we're doing
Yeah.
the thing.
Mhm.
So don't mess with it. And so that's why change is hard. That's why it feels so intimidating, no matter what kind of change. But this particular one is very challenging because we have
Yeah.
been with that voice for most, if not all of our lives, right? So I just
Mhm.
want to say that as a disclaimer so everybody can understand it's a very normal process to freak out, and for your brain to resist that
Yes.
so much. It takes a lot of time, you know what I mean? But I think it's worth
Mhm.
it because the data is there,
Yeah.
So I think maybe a good way to see it is to break down the 3 elements of self-compassion, as Kristen Neff,
Okay.
writes in her book. So the first one, or it's called her exact name, for the way that she looks at this, is mindful self-compassion. Right.
Okay.
So the first element is self-kindness, right, versus self-judgment.
Mm.
And so again, this is what we've been talking the whole time. Let's just
Yeah.
try, right? If you make a mistake, just start practicing. Even if you start off with judgment, reset,
Mhm.
right? Just start over. Like, oh, okay, oops, I judged myself. Right. And again, it's a mental gymnastics. You're going to the gym every day, trying to work this muscle, trying to develop it. Right. So it's going to be a process. The second element, which I really love, is to understand, right, that suffering is a part of being human. And it sounds kind of like, well, duh, right? But it's just that when we're struggling, we think we're alone. And
Yeah.
we think that we're the only ones. And then we start beating on ourselves again. So it must be me, and I must be the problem, and I'm not doing it right, et cetera. But when you open up your body and your heart and your spirit, to recognize that suffering is a part of being human, you suffer, I suffer, everybody watching suffers, we're all in this together, then it feels less alone and
Yeah.
less stressful, right? So that is a soothing element of the mindful self-compassion. And of course, the third element is the mindfulness itself, being able to observe yourself without judgment. Oh, I guess I messed that up. Oh, that's my angry side. Oh, that's my jealous side. Oh, that's what's happening with me. And there's no judgment, but you're just aware, right? And that's empowering because as long as you're aware, you have that self-awareness, it's such a powerful tool, right? Then you can manage. You can manage what's
Absolutely.
coming next.
Absolutely. I love those. I love that. That is awesome. And it's very actionable, I think, in terms
Mhm.
of, I mean, it all starts with awareness, I think,
Yes.
with just becoming a little bit more conscious of our subconscious or unconscious talks, right? But it's awesome
Absolutely.
when we can think of it that way. Now, we're coming up to the end of our conversation, which went by so quickly
I
because
know.
it was so much fun. But before we leave, please share with us how anybody listening who would like to connect with you, how they can find you. I'm going to share the link to your website and just let us know how we can connect with you.
Yeah, absolutely. So definitely, check out my website. I do have a very, very fun free offering coming up in a couple of weeks here, and it's called The Art of Doodling Your Stress Away. And so we're going to have a lot of fun using the doodling tool, right, to learn how to, again, manage our brains, manage our nervous systems, manage our stress, all while having a whole lot of fun. So make sure you check that out. I'm really excited about that offering coming up. I'm also on Facebook under, Miriam Martinez, Women's Mental Wellbeing Coach, and Miriam Martinez Coaching on Instagram and on LinkedIn. So pretty easy to find. I hope that people connect with me. I'd love to have these conversations. They're very important.
Absolutely. So again, the website is Miriam Martinez Coaching, pretty simple. And the spelling of her name is there on the screen.
Yes,
So
which is
make
very
sure-
unique.
Yes. So make sure that you connect with Miriam and check out her offerings. Miriam, thank you so much for being a part of this. It has been such a fun conversation. Like I said, it flew by because it just was so much fun. So thank you again. And thank you
It
for
really
your
did
insights
fly
and
by.
wisdom.
Yes. Thank you so much for having me, Marcy. It was a lot of fun.
Thank you. Have a great rest of your day.
You too.
All right, so we are chugging right along and moving on quickly. We are about to bring up our next speaker, which is Maribel Ortega. She's actually joining us all the way from Germany, which I think it's so fun. And I came across Maribel's work through just some researching and so on and so forth. And when I saw what she offers, the energy she brings, and how focused she is on helping people build their confidence, find their purpose, and do what they are meant to be doing in this world, I just knew that I had to invite her on. And I was so excited when she agreed to be part of this. And even more so that we were able to work out the schedule so she can be here. So Maribel, thank you so much for being with us today. It is such a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you, Marcy. Thank you for having me and for inviting me to your event. It's a pleasure.
So like with everybody else, I would love for our conversation to start by you sharing a little bit of your journey and how you ended up doing the work that you do.
Thank you. I grew up in the Dominican Republic, and I've been living in Germany for the past 20 years. It has been a combination of my upbringing, my socialization, but everything concocted to create the young adult that I became. And that was a people-pleasing, harmony-loving, controversy-averse type of person that would sacrifice to adapt to the feelings or to the needs of somebody else. And that's something that you can do to your own detriment, because it's obviously not good for you. But that was me until I was about 31. And the most important thing that happened was the awakening to learning that it doesn't have to be that way. And especially to realizing that when you express what you feel, you like something or you don't like something or you want to do something, it's not meant to be an offense to somebody else. So however they choose to react is not my fault, because that was something that I had also to work through, which is like feeling guilty because somebody else is angry or somebody else is unhappy or says this is not what I expect from you. And this guilt, I had to shave that off my skin. It was not easy. But it was because I was able to go through this transformation that is what brought me to coaching. I started working as a corporate trainer, teaching intercultural communication and presentation. And I observed a pattern, especially among women, and that the pattern is I saw myself in these young women, these shy. Oh, but this meeting is full of very loud older men. I don't want to share my opinion, and what will they say? I don't want to be criticized, and blah, blah, blah. And the result was they were stuck in their position. They were overseen when there was a promotion. And that was, of course, not fulfilling. So when I realized, well, this is just not happening to me, it was not something like particular to that family or to that country or that upbringing, but it's something that is more widespread. And that's how I started the type of coaching that I do, which is focused on assertiveness and confidence, which is based on self-esteem. And when that becomes a lot more solid, then you can achieve a lot more.
That is so awesome. And I just want to point and circle back to a couple of the things that you mentioned, starting with the fact that you mentioned being a peace-loving and confrontation-averse young person. And I think that a lot of us are brought up to believe that pursuing peace at all costs and avoiding confrontation is the way to be polite, and it's the way to be kind, and it's the way to interact with others. But we are seeing more and more how that is oversimplifying things, and that's not necessarily the best way to live, right? So I want to circle back to that idea a little bit.
Yes, I can expand a little bit more on that. Yes, superficially, it might be the polite thing to do. And I would say if it's a one-time situation, and if it's with someone you're never going to see again, okay, then just let it go. But I'll give you an example of something that happened to me today. I was suddenly I see on my WhatsApp that I am part of a group that is called Calligraphy Course. So it's a girl I know who is a graphic designer. She put me in this group with a lot of other women, and she says, we're going to have a calligraphy course, and maybe this is something that you've been waiting for. I'm like, no, I haven't been waiting for this. I'm not interested in that at all. So if you're interested, let me know. And what I saw was everyone saying that they were not participating, but saying, oh, unfortunately on that day I have other plans. Unfortunately on that day I don't have time. So some excuse. And then I thought, okay, I'm trying to live my authentic self. And this is something like really simple. And then I'm not interested in calligraphy. And I can say that without expecting or being afraid that somebody else will be offended by that, because I mean, you either like it or you don't. I like dancing salsa. Do I have to expect that you, Marcy, like it? Maybe you don't. And am I offended by that? Well, of course not. I mean, that's like, yeah, that's tastes are like that. All right. So I thought, well, I don't want her to invite me to another calligraphy course in 2 months if I say I don't have time this Saturday. And my intention, and that is like the type of change in thinking that helped me. My intention is not to offend. My intention is to tell my truth. So before I start thinking, oh, what can I say? What excuse can I say? So it doesn't, well, I just say, so this was my answer. Thanks so much for thinking of me, but calligraphy is not one of the things I'm interested in. Good luck. And then I left that group, and what happened? Because the thing is that at the beginning, I would say 10 years ago, oh my goodness, and if I say that, what will they think about me? What will they say? And whatever. And all these horrifying scenarios that I created in my head are non-existent. They don't happen. And actually what I have seen is that when you are honest without the intention of bullying or criticizing, but just saying what you think, that creates presence. What people think is, oh, wow, she's very clear in what she likes and what she doesn't like. Well, I won't invite her for that anymore, because I mean, and what that creates also is respect. When you say, well, I like this, or I like this only until here and then no more. So what you're creating is just your boundaries in another sense. So the result is exactly the opposite of all the fear and all the stories that you create in your head. And what helped me be able to perform in this way and talk this way is to think, I'm just telling my truth. It doesn't have to be that my truth is the truth for everyone, but it's mine and it's valid. I'm a human being in this planet, and I have the same amount of, I deserve the same amount of respect as everyone else.
Absolutely.
So why shouldn't I just say what I think? And that's my truth. And that helped me a lot to start thinking, to going away from the guilt, because it's usually guilt or shame or anxiety what makes you what is pushing you away from the fear of not being liked. And then in the end, what you avoid with all of these is being your true self, which is in the end your truth. So,
Absolutely. Now, the other thing that I wanted to address that you actually led us into is this idea of what it really means to be assertive, right? Because I think a lot of times we confuse assertiveness with being the loudest or with being even offensive or obnoxious to a certain degree. But talk to us a little bit about what you mean by assertiveness and how it helps in this whole process of living out who you truly are.
yeah, well, assertiveness can be quiet. Assertiveness does not need you to be loud, to be bitchy, or to be disrespectful. Assertiveness is the expression of yourself when you know and you are clear about what you know, about what you don't know. So let's see, in order to be because assertiveness is something that you don't say, I'm assertive. Assertiveness is something that you do, you live, you behave in an assertive way. And what people describe as assertive is someone who says, yes, I can do that, or no, I'm not available at that time. I can help you with this. I have a solution for this, or not. And just very clear in what their values are and what are the things that they are prepared to do, and are not afraid of confrontation. If they have to have a difficult conversation, they will have it, because they know that these kind of conversations, even though they are not pleasant, they are something that brings you forward and creates clarity in and better communication among coworkers, colleagues, your partners, your children, everyone. So what you need, like the basics to have this assertiveness, is a lot of clarity of what your values are. Values are the things that are important to you, basically, in other words. And knowing what you're good at, knowing what you bring to the table, knowing your worth, knowing what are the things that you're awesome at, and at the same time, knowing the things you suck at. And when you have like a very clear picture of who you are, and accepting that without saying, oh, but I'm not good at this, and not that way, but like, just neutral. I'm really good at this, and that's not my strength. I'm trying to improve in this and that, and there are other things I don't really care about, and I'm never going to be good at that, and just be okay with that. And that is the basis that allows you to behave in an assertive way.
Absolutely. I love that. And I love that you started with the fact that assertiveness can be quiet. I think that one of the things that we are battling against is this negative connotation that the word confrontation has out there, right? Like people think confrontation is a fight or is a battle. But like you said, confrontation doesn't have to be any of those things. It's a way to gain clarity. And I love how you approach that.
Yeah, well, definitely. I think this is an important topic, especially for people who desire a lot of harmony, and depending on where you are, because that's kind of like a spectrum of how comfortable you are with debate. Maybe debate could be it's a word that has less negative connotation than confrontation, but in the end, how long are you gonna wait to tell someone that they are doing something that you don't like?
Yeah.
Are you going to wait so long that is detrimental to you? This is what I used to do. I would just shut up and be angry about it, and I don't like this. And they are supposed to notice that I am angry and that I don't like it, but I'm not going to say anything because I don't want this conversation. I want them to read my mind and understand what it is that I want. But of course, that's not going to work. I'm just avoiding that conversation that I am creating in my head that is going to be so horrible. But in the end, this approach or technique, I don't recommend it, because what it creates is inside of you resentment with the other person, because they are not changing their behavior. But how can they do it if they have no idea what's going on? And also resentment with yourself, because what I used to do is to think, actually, I should say something, but I don't really want to do it. And then so you're kind of like disappointed in yourself that you don't do it. So it's kind of like a circle that you can't,
a vicious circle.
A vicious circle that you can't get out of until you say, stop, I'm just going to have a conversation with this person and tell them my truth. And maybe it's a simple solution of something that they're doing that they didn't even realize. Maybe it's not, but the sooner you talk about it, the easier it is, because you haven't built up all these uncomfortable emotions inside yourself that you're going to use in the conversation if you've waited months before you tell them something.
Absolutely. I tell my daughters since they were little, if you don't tell them you don't like it, they can never know. So that's just the way I approach that. So this event has a lot of people in it that have been through the experience of knowing that there's more to their life. Like there has to be more to this that I'm living than what I'm living right now. But they feel like they need to put everybody else ahead of themselves. Like my kids go first, my spouse goes first, my job goes first, everything goes before I do. And they get really comfortable living in the shadows, right? One of the things that you help people work through is building that self-worth or that confidence to step out of those shadows, right? So what would be the first thing that you would say to someone that would come to you and you notice in them that they recognize that there's more to their life, but they are too comfortable in that space behind the shadows?
I would suggest that they understand their status quo. And what I mean by that is what their personality is like. There's a personality test that is called the Big Five, like the Big Five traits. And I use that with my clients because it gives you, in a visual way, so much clarity in the way that you are behaving. And one of these traits is agreeableness. And then this is like a scale that can go from 1 to 100. And women tend to be on the side of agreeableness that is a lot agreeable and not disagreeable. Men, I mean, I'm talking about statistically,
generally,
more men are more disagreeable and women are more agreeable. That doesn't mean that there are women who are disagreeable and there are men who are agreeable. But I'm talking about in statistics, in numbers, in majorities. And The problem with being agreeable all the time is that people do whatever they do, whatever they want with you. If you are other-centered, if everyone else comes before you and you sacrifice yourself to the detriment of your own needs and desires, that only works to an extent. And if you want to pursue something that is beyond of just yourself, of your family, something that is the purpose of why you're here, you can't do it on an empty battery. And the only way of charging those batteries and having the energy is having clear boundaries to what it is that you need to function, and to how much really, if you have kids, how much really they need you, and how much you are helping them too much, or to what extent you might be helping them too much, which wouldn't be good, because then you are not helping them in their development and creation of independence. So whatever you have in that trait, let's say an 80, fantastic. Then you're really good at working with other people. You're someone who's very empathetic. You're someone who can understand how somebody else feels. The problem with that is, if you are like that all the time, you're not going to get anywhere, because you are not able to negotiate for yourself. You're not able to tell other people what you want. You're not able to tell people no. So you're kind of like a puppet of other people. And if you are together in terms of work with bullies or people who are extremely disagreeable, they will abuse that. You will become victims of them. So whatever way you behave now, you need to understand that that's only a potential. And if you are very agreeable, you can be disagreeable. If you are nice because you're weak, there's no virtue in that. If you are nice because you want to, but you can be really damn bad if you need to, and you can put people in their place, when you know that you can do it, most of the time, you don't have to use it. So the idea, this is called in psychology to integrate the shadow, to know your possibilities, to know that you can be mean, that you can be aggressive, and not use that potential. And that liberates.
Wow, that is powerful. Now, if those of us listening who are thinking, okay, I know that I should be living my purpose, but, and I don't know if you've encountered this in the past, but I've had a lot of people ask me, how do I figure out what my purpose is? It feels like such a difficult question to answer sometimes. How can we start moving towards understanding for real what our purpose is?
Well, for that, I have a longer exercise that is finding your purpose, but that takes trial and error and a lot of thinking. But basically, you can think of the essence of it is, what are the activities that when you do them, you get so engrossed in doing them that you forget time. And you're good at it. When you forget time, when you get so concentrated doing something and you just forget, oh my goodness, it's been 40 minutes and I haven't looked at my phone once, that's one possibility. I mean, it can be that there are more than one, there's more than one thing. And depending on whether your purpose needs to be the source of money for you, then other considerations we would need to come into that equation. But definitely start thinking about what are the things that when you start doing them, you just forget everything else.
That's awesome. Now, what first steps would you suggest for someone who is finally aware that they need to step into their purpose, whatever it is, but their lack of confidence and assertiveness makes it hard for them to even think about engaging in something else or embarking into something else? What kind of tangible first steps would you give them?
Well, I can recommend to read the book of Tara Moore. It's called Playing Big. This is specifically directed to women, but also men can benefit from that. And the thing you need to understand is that confidence is not a feeling. Confidence is doing. There's no magic red pill that you're going to take and suddenly you have confidence. Confidence is something that can increase and also can go down depending on the events that you have. But you need to start doing, acting, taking risks. So just take the first step. Even if you feel, I don't know if I can do this, just think, well, how much could I do today that even if it's a little bit uncomfortable, I can do it. And then you take the next step. And then the more you do, the more you tell yourself, well, you're gathering proof that you can do it, even if it's just a little bit. So you just need to start the first step, and then whatever it is that you want to do, just do it. And that positive feedback starts automatically increasing the confidence. And you need to do it. Confidence is fear walking. It's never gonna be like, oh, I'm super human here and I am not afraid of anything. No, it's good to be afraid. Fear is a great emotion that is important. We can't just make or shouldn't make decisions based on fear, because we usually make really bad decisions.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So you see, confidence is something that is a loop. If you do things that increase confidence, then and it won't stay there. Be sure of that. Maybe you get fired or you don't get the job that you wanted, and that is like a punch in the face, and then your confidence will go a little bit back down. But then you need to remember, oh, but I was able to do this, and then just take the next step. Can you hear me, Marcy? You're frozen. Hello?
I am so sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, now there you are.
My computer decided that it was time to go to sleep.
Oh my
I am
goodness.
so sorry. Here I am again. So you were saying, I apologize for that.
No, all good. I was just saying that that confidence is not a static thing, that you acquire it and that's it. You can lie down. It's in constant evolution. It can increase and it can also go back down, even if it was high before. But the more you know how to increase that confidence, the easier it is to get back to it again once you get hit by something negative.
Awesome. So before we go, we have, my link was on my other computer that just decided to die, but you have a free gift, and I'm going to start typing the link on here. So that we can share your free gift with everybody. So go ahead and start explaining what it is while I type on here what it is.
Yes, my free gift is a quiz to find out how confident you are. And you will then have a scale of where you are in this imaginary confidence scale. And I share with you there lots of techniques of things that you can do in order to improve your confidence and start becoming more assertive and doing things.
Awesome. So I apologize that I don't have the link ready right now, but it will be up within the next minute or so. I just need to figure out what on earth happened to my computer and get it up. But thank you so much for being with us today and for making the time all the way from Germany to be with us. I really appreciate it and all your insight. And for everybody else, we have our next speaker already on queue. Oh, there it is. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So we are going to hop right on that, but I'm going to take 30 seconds to figure out my computer glitch and I will be right back. So hang tight, don't go anywhere. I'll be right back in 30 seconds.
All right. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
All right, so I'm still working on bringing my other computer online, but I am going to start introducing our next speaker because I am so excited about this particular speaker that I can't contain myself or wait any longer. So Dave, hold on. I am trying to figure out how to pin you on this other. There we are. I think I can do. See what happens when you're used to one technology and it stops working. Can you hear me, Dave?
I can.
There you are. All right. So technology had to have issues with us right before you came on.
I
I'm
saw.
on getting my other computer up, but everybody, I am so excited to introduce you to my dear friend Dave Horvath. And I know that oftentimes when there's events, people introduce other people and they say, my dear friend, but I really do consider him a great friend. He's like a brother to me. And I am so excited that he agreed to be part of this project. We worked on a leadership project together, and we got to know one another through there. And I've seen his growth and everything that he's been working with. And I can't even center my camera so that we can actually see my whole face. But, let me see. I think my other computer is coming on. Let me see. There it is.
Oh, you're muted.
Can you hear me okay?
There you go.
Awesome. I can't hear you now though. Let me see. I need to switch my speaker. I don't think that's it either. There. Can you say something?
Yes.
I can't hear you. Hold on. I'm sorry, everybody. This is so fun.
We'll get there.
There we are. Now I
Hey,
can
there it
hear
is.
you. Hey! So as I was saying, Dave is the founder of the Becoming Uncommon movement. He had an event a little while back that I thought was absolutely fabulous. And we're going to be talking today about why it is important to unapologetically live your uncommon life. And I can't wait for our conversation. Thank you for being with us today, Dave. in spite
No.
of the technology.
Yeah, no, it happens. No, thank you. It's been, I've been able to log in throughout the morning, and you've had such phenomenal speakers on. There's been such great content, and you had Ivy on, and I love him, good friend of mine, and he complimented you on your smile, and I'll do the same. It's been such a good energy, and you're doing such a great job, and you're doing a good thing.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So, like with everybody else, I would just like to start taking us down memory lane and just helping us understand the journey that you've been through and how you got to the space where you understood that this was what you needed to be doing.
Yeah. So, two things. One, I'm up, I'm walking around, I'm standing. I can't sit still for very long, so I might be moving around. So if I make you sick by this, I
Nah.
apologize. And second, I'm a storyteller, so I will be telling stories instead of just facts. So
Yes.
I'll start with this. In 2009, I was at a business event. I remember it like it was yesterday. There's thousands of people in this room. It was in Anaheim at the convention center. And there was this amazing lineup of speakers, but there was one speaker there that I've never heard of before. And I remember we were actually in our hotel room, and my brother was like, hey, I found on YouTube, there was like no Instagram or stuff back then. I found on YouTube some clips of this guy, and he was so excited. Anyways, so it turned out the one person that I never knew anything about, his message was the one that would forever change my life. I remember exactly where I was sitting in that room. We were in the back right corner. It was me and my wife, my brother, and a couple business partners of mine. And one of the things that really stood out that I carried with me till today still is he asked everybody during his message, he said, repeat after me. And so he said, everybody say your name. So everyone, like thousands of people are yelling their name. And he said, fill in the blanks. He said, my name is, you yell your name. My life is about, and then you yell what your life is about.
Wow.
So I yelled my name. He said, and my life is about, and I'm like, I don't know. And then he did it a few times, and I remember I felt so embarrassed because people are yelling out stuff, and I'm just mouthing, and it's so loud in there, but I'm not saying anything. I'm just like making words up. But it was in that moment where it really hit me that I was in my mid-20s, and I had no idea what my life was about, what I wanted to create. At the time, happily married, we were successful in our careers, nice house, nice car, nice neighborhood, all this stuff. But there was just all of a sudden this like inner dissatisfaction, I guess, out of nowhere that was like, oh my gosh, I have no idea. And everybody in their 20s, especially nowadays, they need to have everything figured out, and the path needs to be clear, and so there's so much in that moment where I was so frustrated, and I think the biggest part of it was because I knew that there was more to life, than what I was currently at, but I didn't know how to get there. And I didn't know how to align myself. So there's a saying that, sight is the function of your eyes, but vision is the function of your heart. And I knew that if I wanted to see the vision that I started like in that moment to start to see out of my heart, that I had to get extremely intentional with everything I did. Like I went extreme. No TV. I was so cautious of what I put in my ears, what I'd listen to, what I'd watch. The people I would surround myself with completely changed. And I had to get myself in these environments that really stirred me up to stir up my dream, because I knew that I had to get there. It wasn't like I want to get there. It was a must. It wasn't a could or a should.
Yeah.
And so, long-winded story.
No.
about 13 years ago, but I just, in that moment, I tapped into something. And now that I've experienced it, and I've walked out, and I still feel like I'm just getting started in this journey, It's just you experience so much. And now it was something actually Ivy mentioned a long time ago to me was, when you've experienced things and you've gone through life, there's two things you can do. You're still reaching up and asking for mentorship and people to pull you and to carry you along. But then when you get to a place, you're reaching back and you're bringing people with you. So that's, long-winded, but
No.
that's how I got started. And I'm passionate about it.
No, I couldn't tell. I know you're really passionate about this whole idea. And actually, what I would love for us to do next is for you to talk a little bit about this whole idea of becoming uncommon. Where did it come from? What does it mean to you? Why is it important, especially today?
Yeah. Well, it means a lot. It's not like a burden, but it's like a weight that's on me, and it's a good weight that I'm so happy that I get to carry. So I'll try and answer it in a couple of parts. One of the things that I'm just going to say his name though, the speaker that I heard back then, his name was Rex, and I know you know him, Rex Crane. Since then, he's been a dear friend and mentor to me. And he said something else too that really fits in with this. He said, in your similarity with others, you will find comfort, but it's in your difference that will bring you your reward. And it took me a long time to really unpack that. We're talking years. Like I heard him say it time after time after time. And I was like, oh, it sounds cool. But what did it actually mean? So, becoming uncommon started as an idea. And then it turned into an event. And now it's a community around the world. And, now it's turning into a movement. And for me, why it means so much is, living most of my life and going through the motions and, just letting life do something with me instead of actually taking control and doing something with life. It brought so much pain and frustration and anger, although on the surface, everything was nice, the money, all the things. And there was times where there was no money, don't get me wrong. But at some point, everybody feels that inner, like I said earlier, inner dissatisfaction, that pain, even to a point of depression. And you feel those things because you know that you were created for so much more, but you're just not operating in it. And then we just sit and settle and accept that, hey, this is my life and I'm just going to go with it.
Yeah.
And the world needs people to not tolerate that and just say, no, I'm not going to just accept that. I get to go out and I've got all of this in me that I need to get out. So one of the reasons I started it is because most people will always choose comfort over calling.
Yes.
And excuses over commitments. And I don't buy into that. Like, your potential in life is limited to your thoughts.
Yes.
And we serve a limitless God. And I am a very faith-based person, and I will not apologize for it. So probably not the last time God will come out of my mouth today. I'm not trying to offend you. That's just me. But you have the capacity and the potential to live the life of your dreams.
Yes.
But if you continue to live out of logic instead of your imagination and what could be, you'll live a very unhappy life. So, like I said, the last part, just when you've experienced so much and you understand and you see what life could be for you by just saying, hey, you know what? I figured out what's different about me. That's my reward. And now I want to give that to the world. And once you can really tap into that, it's freeing. You feel amazing.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That's awesome.
Okay.
That is awesome. And I do know and love Rex, and don't apologize about mentioning God. We've been mentioning him on and off all morning. So Now, one of the things that I wanted us to talk about is the sticking ability once you decide to get on this road to uncommon, right? Because I know I've had bursts of determination when I'm like, yeah, I'm going to do me and I don't care. But then the criticism comes, or the doubt seeps in, or this idea of who do I think I am to even consider doing these things pops up, right? How do you handle those moments? Because I know you have them too, or at least I hope you have them too. How do you handle those moments?
Um, it's a really good question. I think the best thing for me is those days are always going to come. Those moments will keep coming up. And how you can offset it is by really understanding how to win your day. There's a gentleman named Andy Frisella, very well known. He talks about that, and he talks about something called the power list. Okay, so what that is a list of 3 to 5 things that you write down every morning. And what it is, they're critical tasks. So it's not like I'm going to get up and brush my teeth. I'm going to get up and do this. There are things that you wouldn't necessarily do otherwise. Okay, that will further put you in a better place. So just trying to, in my brain, try and bring this all together. Winning the day, if you can set it up in the morning, and even if you get 3 out of 5 things done, for me, you've won that day. Okay. So when all of those things arise, you've already put yourself in a better position. Success is intentional. It's a decision that doesn't accidentally happen, but it takes work. And when we have this goal or vision of what we want our life to be, we expect everybody else around us, especially our family, which we expect them to understand what we feel, what we see, what we want to accomplish. It's not their dream and vision to understand. Yeah. And then so many times we let those things stop us. But yeah, like I said, if they don't align or understand it, that's totally normal, because it's not theirs to understand in the beginning. So yeah, hopefully that helps.
And I find too, especially with that last point that you were mentioning, and please let me know if you find this as well, that the more you make the decision to live the uncommon life, to do what you're supposed to do, and people start seeing you in that space, the easier it becomes for them to support it and to understand it, right? Because up until then, they're just looking at it like, yeah, it's just another thing, or it's just a dream, or it's whatever. But the more you live in it, the easier it is for them to see it too, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and then the support comes. Now, sorry, go ahead.
I said later.
Later, yeah, after they see that you can be trusted with this thing that you decided to take on. So we're going through a lot of shifting, which is what prompted this event, right? There's a lot of shifting in the world, a lot of uncertainty, a lot of not knowing what's going to come tomorrow. And a lot of people might be falling into this trap of thinking, well, you know what? I'm stuck. There's nothing I can do. I just need to sit down and see what happens. I just need to accept this, right? What do you say to that response, or to that notion that we're stuck?
Yeah. So when I hear people say I'm stuck, because I lived in that space for a very long time, so I know exactly the feeling, and just based off of my own experience working with people, it's always the same thing. Like, it's absolutely always the same thing. So for me, the one reason is people don't keep promises they make to themselves. And so you have to have this mentality of zero compromise. What I say I'm going to do, I'm going to complete. Stuck for most people means they're going to try something. It's not going as planned. There's walls coming up, there's obstacles, and they say, screw it, I'm out. 'Cause it's too hard and I don't like feeling the discomfort.
Yeah.
And I could give you all the corny things about diamonds being birthed under pressure and oysters under pressure, give pearls and all the things. But the truth of it is, the more that you continue to set goals and say that you're going to do something and you don't follow through, the harder it's going to become. Because
Yeah.
deep down inside of you, you know that you have zero belief in yourself that you're going to see it through.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're going to talk the talk, you're going to look the part, but when it comes down to it, you're just going to crumble because you're not keeping those promises to yourself. So that's just, maybe a good takeaway would be, before setting goals, really make sure, like, goals are great,
Mhm.
but don't make them so outlandish that sometimes it's good. I'm just saying, don't make them so outlandish that you're setting yourself up for failure.
Mm.
And that's everything. That's in your health, your relationships, your finances, your business, everything that you do. You start keeping promise to yourself. Watch how that compounds. Watch how your belief changes. You
Mm.
start actually believing what you're saying, which is a huge thing. And then all of a sudden, hey, you're moving forward, you're building momentum, you're growing, and getting unstuck is just about movement. It's just about doing something. Getting stuck is stagnant, sitting still. Let's go and do something. Let's put the action required
Mm.
to actually get to the place you want to get to, instead of just sitting there thinking about it. Get so stuck
Absolutely.
up here, and that's why people just sit.
Now, there's this overwhelming feeling in a lot of people. I know I've been there, especially once I became a mom. It felt like I needed to get it right. Like,
Yeah.
I need to make sure that what I'm doing, it's the right thing so that I don't mess it up for me and my entire family, right? Like this weight or this, it is a burden at that point of making sure that I'm not disappointing or hurting anybody. What do you believe? Is it even possible to make sure that you're getting everything right? And how do you navigate yourself around this notion of, ooh, am I getting it right?
Mhm. Not a chance. You're never going to get everything right. I think that's part of the exciting thing. It just depends. It depends on how you look at it. Some people look at getting something wrong as the end of the world, failure. Oh my gosh. When I look at an obstacle, for example, homeschool, we're homeschooling. So that's like fresh in my brain. We're never going to get everything right.
Yeah.
In the first couple of weeks here, hey, we've gotten a lot of things wrong. But the exciting thing is when you're in that, you get to discover. And then when you're in that discovery mode, hey, it's like, okay, like we're figuring things out. And it's okay. It just takes time.
Yeah.
Going back, I wanted to say this earlier. Most people will overestimate what they can do in a 1-year time, but underestimate the next 5 to 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that'll align a little bit with this question too, just in getting it right. And, we're so hard on ourselves, like so
Yep.
stupid hard on ourselves. Social media is a big part of that. We see things through a screen that everything's perfect, and that's what I want. And we make a mistake or we're not moving fast enough. So it's, anyways, I hope I could go down so many trails.
I understand. There's this quote by Andy Andrews that I absolutely love and that has helped me a lot, and that I think is going to resonate with what you were saying. And he said, God did not give us the ability to always make right decisions, but he gave us the ability to make a decision and then make it right. And I just loved that when I first read it, because it released all this pressure of you have to make the right decision. And I think it aligns with what you were talking. It's movement, right? So make a decision, pick something, and then start moving towards it. Start moving towards making that decision the best that it can be, right? So I love that.
Absolutely.
Now, To start wrapping up here our conversation, those people listening and joining in our conversation who are thinking, okay, I understand that I have something uncommon to bring, that there's something special that's in me that I get to bring to the world. I just don't know where to start, or I just don't know how to even discover what that might be. Can you give us one or two actionable things that we can do to start heading in the direction of living this unapologetically uncommon life?
Yeah, no, for sure. If you're not even if you're not faith-based, I don't care. But for me, prayer is key. Just getting in a quiet place where there's no phones, no devices, no nothing, and just taking that time, just saying, God, what is it? Show me, and just wait. It's patience. Asking people that are really close to you that you trust. Hey, what is it about me that's different from other people? I think Ivy, referring to a lot of his stuff, I think he said this maybe on my event, I don't know, but if someone were to call you at like 3 o'clock in the morning, you're sound asleep and they need something done now, and they know that you're the only person that could do it, and you wake up and you're like, what's going on? Oh, easy, done. Like, that's a gift. You
Yes.
put something there that is special. So, just to start walking that out and to figure that out. I mean, like I said, for me, it started in 2009. But, and if I would have put a 5-year limit on that, or even a 10-year, I would have given up on everything because I wasn't there yet. It took time.
Yeah.
Just day by day, start chipping away, figure out, I think a gentleman earlier kind of said it too, is figure out who you want to serve.
Yeah.
That is a key, because you can't serve everybody. And so I'd say those are some good starting points.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for all this. Now, if people are interested in getting in touch with you and learning more about what you do or working with you, how can they go about doing that? Where can they find you?
Good question. So I I used to be very present on social media, and not so much now. So I'm slowly getting back in, but I do have a Facebook group that has all of our events in it from our last event, and there'll be updated events and different content going in there. And just on Instagram, if people DM me, I'm always as quick as I can to respond, and always there for you guys. But those would be the two places.
Yeah, I just posted in the chat the link to your Facebook group, which is called Uncommon Lifestyle. So you can go check that out and find it. Anything that you want to say before we part? Any last words to encourage us and to help us move forward?
I do, actually. This, like 20 seconds ago, it like just hit my heart.
Well, there you go. Go ahead.
So one of my favorite authors, he passed away now. His name's Miles Monroe. He said something, gosh, I heard it probably about 10 years ago, and I share this every once in a while when it hits me. So he talked about, he's like, most people think the richest place on the planet would be like the oil fields of Kuwait, or the gold mines in Africa, or I don't even know what the big banks are anymore, but the Vatican. But he says the richest, wealthiest place on the planet is the graveyard. And when he said that, I was like, what? What are you talking about? But he said, that's where unwritten books go to die, unwritten songs, medical breakthroughs, businesses that never got started, relationships that never happened. So I guess just, a closing message would be, just don't let that be you. You're filled with something right now, and it's your responsibility. It's required of you to release that, to get it out, and we're all going to die. So die empty, get it all out now, and don't take it with you. So that would be.
So powerful. Thank you so much, Dave. And thank you for being part of this. You know that I absolutely love anytime we get to chat. So getting this opportunity to chat in front of others and share so much of what the Lord has placed in your heart is just an amazing gift to me. So thank you so much.
No, thank you. Big hugs, and we'll talk soon.
Sounds good. Let me unpin you here. All right, so we are almost to the end of our event. Thank you for sticking around through technology issues, through everything that has been going on. But I know that if you have heard even one of our speakers all the way through, you have gained so much value because they have been on fire all morning. Now, our final presenter is Angela Cedron, and she actually resides in Sydney, Australia. We tried very hard to make it so that she could be here live with us, but unfortunately we couldn't make that happen. It is right now 2:30, 3 o'clock a.m. her time. So it would have been really, really difficult for her to be here with us. But we did get together a couple of days ago and we recorded the interview that I would have had live with her here with us. So I am going to share my screen now and share her interview. And I will be back on as soon as this is over. And hopefully you can see that. Here we go.
Okay.
Now get ready because you're about to meet a woman on a mission. I am so excited to introduce you to Angela Cedron. I was so thrilled when I came across her work and everything that she does. She has set to herself a mission to help 1 million women achieve financial freedom by 2030, which I think is an outstanding vision and mission to have, and an amazing undertaking. Not only is she a great strategist, an amazing business coach and leader, but she is also an outstanding human being with a great story that you're going to resonate with and love once you hear it. I can't wait for her to share it. I am just so excited for what she has to offer for us today. And she also was kind enough to work with me. She is at the other end of the world right now in Australia. So we worked a little bit together to figure this out, but I am just so thrilled that you get to hear what she has to share with us today. So Angela, thank you so much for being with us today. And thank you for sharing in this event.
Oh, darling Marcy, thank you so much for having me. Yes, I am in the land down under. As you can hear, I speak funny, so I'm not American. So forgive my accent, but hopefully it's clear enough that you guys can understand me. And thank you so much for that incredibly humbling intro. For a moment there, I was like, who is she talking about? I want to meet this woman.
You are so sweet. No, and your accent is beautiful. We love it. So why don't we go ahead and jump right in and you tell us a little bit about your background, your story, and how you got started in this whole business venture that you're in.
Well, look, I had a pretty unusual upbringing. I was brought up in South Africa. My parents were both immigrants, so we were treated like immigrants. And I grew up in the time of apartheid, which I absolutely hated. And I honestly hated living there because of it. And not just because of the injustices, but also being hated for being Caucasian as well really bothered me because, like you say, I mean, I strive to do my best as a good person. I'm hoping to make a real impact on this world. I had my son, fell in love at the age of 19. I had my son at the age of 20. And his dad was actually a bit older than me. And when my son was 6 months old, I got a knock on the door and it was the police. And they had come to tell me that his dad had died in a car hijacking. He was, sorry, I'm losing my train of thought. He worked in the city, which was quite dangerous at that time, and he was hijacked at a traffic light on the way to work. So there I was, 20 years old, and now in retrospect, I was basically a child myself, and I had this 6-month-old baby. I was halfway through my accounting degree, and I suddenly had to grow up very quickly because it was just me that this baby could rely on. So I finished my degree. I was very scared to stay there. It wasn't safe, and the other issue is if they didn't shoot you when they hijacked you and you were lucky, then they left you there, but they drove off with your child strapped in the back of the car, which happened very often as well. So I decided to leave, and I came to Australia with my parents and my nonna. And I've lived here on and off for around 25 years. It's a beautiful country. I am going back to Italy though next year, which I'm very excited about. I'm running women's retreats in Italy. And it's been a very interesting journey. Being a single sole parent is very, very hard financially. And I wanted to give this boy everything that I could. Now, when he turned 6 and he started his first year of school, his teacher said, I don't know what's wrong with this kid, but he's just not going to learn to read. It's really strange. He kind of knows what's going on in the book, but he just can't read. And it turned out that he'd gone deaf. And what he was doing is he was either lip reading or looking at the pictures and kind of guessing what was happening in the book. So they operated on him and they fixed it. He's still got residual issues. He can't cope with the loud noises around him. But it really affected his ability to read and write severely. And he needed many years of speech therapy, which was very expensive. He needed hearing aids, all sorts of things. So as a mother, I really committed, and I think so many mothers do this, to give this child the best life possible. I went off and did a master's degree. I did my MBA, got into a really good job, but I also live in one of the most expensive cities in the world. So I basically poured my savings, which would have been my savings, into him. I put him in a private school so he could get the remedial teaching, because his dream was to be an engineer and his dream was my dream. So that's what we did. He's just graduated a couple of months ago, and he's been in a job with a company for 2 years, and they love him so much they've kept him. So that boy is now on his way, and I'm so proud of him for that. But my story doesn't just end there. About 6 years ago, 3 days before Christmas, I logged into my bank account. No money. My credit cards were completely overdrawn, and I had just divorced, or certainly started divorce proceedings with a narcissist who never worked. I supported him, and I had gotten into a little bit of debt because of it. And what I did is, in Australia, you could open a new credit card on zero interest and move the money around. So that was my strategy to actually pay it off. And I had, at that point, I had 5 credit cards completely paid off. And what had happened is my son had tried to get involved with binary options trading, because obviously he saw his mother struggle over the years, and he decided he was going to get smart and try and earn some extra income. And it was actually a scam. He let them onto my laptop. They accessed all my accounts. So I had less than 100 grand. They left me 100 grand in debt. And there I was, 39, 40 years of age, thinking, I've got no savings. I live in the most expensive city in the world. I'm going to end up working just to pay this back for the next 15 years. And then I'm still going to have nothing. And it was such a shock for me. I had a massive nervous breakdown. I remember very little of that. 6 weeks after that, I couldn't work, couldn't function. And when I did go back to work, they bullied me. My boss bullied me. So it was really traumatic. I couldn't leave because I needed the money, because I was in so much debt. My boss was bullying me, and nobody would help me. I went to various police, because this is an international scam. It was the Caribbean was involved, the UK was involved. FBI said to me, it's impossible, it's too hard, just give up. But, you know, I had nothing left to lose at that point. I really learned that when we have nothing left to lose, we take a lot of these limiting beliefs and we chuck them out the window because we don't care anymore. And after about 7 months, I got a tip off from an anonymous source. And he said to me, I know who this is. This scam comes out of Israel, and this is the guy who scammed you. And he gave me a picture of this guy, big fat guy, smoking a cigar, sitting in a pool flamingo. I could see a picture of the house behind it. And the source said to me, here's his email address. He's lived overseas. He speaks Spanish as well. And he gave me a few other tips about him. So I thought, okay, so I'm going to write to this guy. So I wrote to him and I said, well, you don't know me, buddy, but I know you. And this is what you've done to me. And I want every cent back, because I'm flying to Tel Aviv next week and I'm going to start criminal proceedings against you. I'm about to speak to Interpol. Interpol didn't care, he didn't know that. I've got a detective sitting outside your house. And if you don't believe me, you've got a pink pool flamingo, haven't you? And your house is made of, it's kind of like a stone. Your house is made of stone. Oh, and I know that you speak Spanish as well because you've lived overseas, right? So I'm watching you. And I'm also talking to the Times of Israel. That part was true. The rest wasn't. And I had a friend say to me, you're nuts. This guy was in security, in his national security. He said, you're insane. He was, you can get a contract on the person's life for 20 grand. He owes you 100. You know, you don't know who you're dealing with. The source was anonymous. And I said, I don't care. I've got nothing left to lose. I had already contemplated taking my own life, and I had overdosed as well, which I probably should have shared with you. Not enough, but I took a big handful of tramadol when this all happened. And you know what? He answered me within 3 hours. I got all the money back. And then I thought, you know what? I'm on a roll here, and I've just spent 20 grand in interest on this. So I said, before you go, there's one more thing. I want my interest back as well. He was like, oh my God, I've never been so depressed as when I met you. And I said, yeah, me too. Anyway, I got all my money back.
Good on
Well,
you.
with that.
Very good on you. I love that story. It's not the first time I've heard it, but I really love
No,
it
I know.
because
I know.
it speaks to the value of recognizing that we can go beyond what we're told is possible and impossible, right? Which is kind of where I want us to go next, because the tagline to this event is going from how to go from unseen to legendary, which is something that you have definitely experienced. But the people watching might be thinking, but wait, I haven't a story like that. I don't have all this tragic stuff that I've had to overcome. But I believe, and I feel like you do too, that all of us have something legendary in us. So how can we start identifying and tapping into that legendary part of ourselves? What are your thoughts on that?
Absolutely. I completely agree with you. You know, we all think we're boring. And I have had people say to me, oh, but I haven't had that. And I'm married with 2 kids. And we all do have some sort of story. It might not be on the scale of tracking down an international fraudster, but there is something there. And we generally don't see it because we undervalue ourselves. We always downplay things. You know, even if my mother gives me a compliment, I'll say to her, but you're just saying that because you have to, because you're my mother. Or if your partner says, oh, you're so beautiful, but you're just saying that because you have to. It's like, no, just shut up and say, thank you for the compliment, right? That's another tip for your viewers. Thank you for the compliment. But I think the first thing to do is actually sit down and draw a timeline of your life and start identifying the moments in your life that have really defined you and that have helped you become who you are today. For me, my earliest memory like that would probably be the death of my grandfather. He had this massive stroke, and I was alone with my grandmother at the time, and I had to go and run around and find an ambulance and all those sorts of things. I was 9. That was really my first defining moment that I can think of. And then my teen years, I had bulimia. I've had to overcome that. That's why I've got such a love of psychology and an interest in leadership and helping women grow. And then there's, the various other things that have happened to me. But I think if your audience actually sits down and does that, and sometimes even just to do it with a friend or a loved one who knows you, they might even mirror back some things to you where you're like, oh, I hadn't thought about that. Or, oh, I never really thought that was a big deal. And that person will go, are you kidding? That's a huge deal. Because we downplay our strengths and our skills. Like, oh, this is so easy. Nobody's going to be interested in it. What are you talking about? Not everybody can pole vault a 3 meter thingamajig. It's like, yeah, but I do it every day. No, we forget that. We don't see it because it's just part of our norm. So do the timeline and then sit down with somebody who knows you and go through it with them and get them to tell you what they think and the moments that they think that they've been part of that define you and what makes you special, because we are all special.
Absolutely. Now, I don't know if you've had the same experience, but it feels like almost in the last few years, the phrase reinventing ourselves has become this catch-all. But then what ends up happening is that instead of being invited to reinvent ourselves, we're almost invited to copy the gurus and the experts and all these other people. What are your thoughts on this idea of reinventing ourselves, and how can we do it in a way that is true to living life on our terms?
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. I would say that I 100% agree with reinventing yourself. This concept of I'm too old. I mean, I remember my grandfather died at 60, and she had this really old sewing machine with a foot pedal, one of those big crank handles. And my mother said to her, you loved sewing, let me buy you a new one. And she said, no, I'm too old. And she lived for another 25 years, right? And there's some great examples. There's a great lady on Instagram, Train with Joan, She must be in her 70s. Her daughter's a bodybuilder. And Joan looked like a dumpling about 5 years ago. Little old lady, gray hair, looked like a dumpling, had the body of a dumpling. And she's turned herself into this amazing, toned, healthy, athletic 75-year-old who's inspiring other women to do the same. So first of all, it's never too late. You absolutely can reinvent yourself. But I think the key to reinventing yourself is really going deep and discovering who you are and what you want in life. And if you're copying others, you have no idea what you want, or you haven't asked yourself what you want. You see, very often, and I see this with a lot of women, and one of the benefits, apart from wrinkles, of getting older is the fact that there is definitely a wisdom that comes with it. You know, we've been around the tracks a few times. It's not our first rodeo. And what I can tell you is that when you start hitting your 40s, you suddenly start, for me, you start looking at life and going, okay, well, I spent the last 20 years serving. I've been a good mother. If you've been married, I've been a good wife. I've been a good daughter. I've been a good employee. I've been a good this, that, the other. But what about me? What have I actually done to be myself? And if you are going to reinvent yourself and chase your dreams, you do have to do some personal work and start going deep and actually saying to yourself, what the heck do I want? You know, do I want to be in a corporate job where I've got to be at my desk from 9 to 5 or working 60-hour weeks? Because I also grew up in the 80s and the 90s, and those were the days of Gordon Gekko and Wall Street and Power Suits and Working Girl with Melanie Griffiths. And the dream was to, exactly, you know, the dream was to become a corporate high flyer and fly in the corporate jet. And then I got stuck in that because I couldn't leave because I was earning an income. I had to look after my son. There was no other source of income. But I got to that point, I think, what the hell? This is like, I've been sold a lie. This is not what I expected. And I don't, when we spoke about having it all, this is not what I want. This is not all. I want a life on my terms. And you know what? Up until now, we haven't really, maybe in the last 5 years, things have really started changing. But a lot of women have not had the resources to be able to do the stuff that we do today. Can you imagine you and I, we would never have met 5 to 10 years ago. And here we are, we're getting to know each other. I'm getting to speak to your audience. I'll share this with my audience so they get to know you as well. And we're helping women spread their message. So yes, to answer your question, absolutely, you can reinvent yourself, but not by copying someone else, because that's not true to who you are. You've really got to follow your heart and be who you want to be.
Absolutely. You mentioned the word stuck as you were talking. And actually, that was one of the catalysts for this event, is I kept hearing people say things like, I know that there's more, but I feel stuck. Or I know that there's more that I should be doing, but I feel guilty or selfish if I try to pursue these things. And they kept putting other people ahead of themselves, right? And the more I heard that, and the more I saw the state that the world is in, how many of us are in flux and in transition, and how this could be just the perfect opportunity to step into our purpose and do the things that we're meant to do, the more I heard people saying things like, but I'm stuck. I can't get out of this, right? So one of the things that we talked about on our first interaction was your thought that nothing is impossible. And I would love for you to talk to us a little bit about your perspective on that.
Look, I think a lot of women who do feel stuck, generally the root cause is some sort of fear or guilt. And very often there is probably a history of people pleasing in terms of that, which is something you need to work on. And you do need to dig deep in terms of that. And it will be uncomfortable, but your dreams lie on the other side of that discomfort. The other thing that often stops people is this illusion of limited resources. And it is an illusion because we have an abundance of resources around us. It's simply the way we choose to reappropriate them and use them. And this is actually an economic principle as well. If you think of oil, unless we learned how to use it for energy, is just some black sludge that comes out of the ground.
Yep.
But it becomes a resource when we figure out how to make it serve us and how we can use it. Now, one thing that I think does keep a lot of people stuck is they feel that they have a lack of money. I don't have enough money to start this business. The beauty of online these days is you actually don't need very much money. You can become an influencer and reach an audience and sell them your IP from your phone. If you've got a phone with a camera, which most people have, unless you still have a phone from 1982, you can reach an audience. You know, you can get some
Absolutely.
18-year-old influencer sitting in a suburb somewhere near me selling products to the other side of Guatemala or Hindustan or wherever. So my response to that is it's probably fear and a lack of resourcefulness keeping you stuck.
Absolutely. So good. So good. And the thing about those two things is that we are totally in control of those two things, right? Of both the fear and the lack of resourcefulness. So that whole victim mindset of, no, there's nothing I can do, it's totally under our control, right?
It is under our control. And this is where, with my story with a scammer, for me, one of the biggest things I learned about that was when your back is against the wall and you've got nothing to lose, you take all that garbage that you tell yourself, all those Princess Pinocchio thoughts that you have, and you chuck them out the window because it becomes a survival issue. But maybe we also have the luxury of, I think Tony Robbins talks about burning our boats. When your boat's being burned and you can't leave the island, you have to find a way to survive. And I guess maybe it's also a sign of too much privilege that we are stuck in this fear that's holding us in this place. But it's a myth. It's not true.
Absolutely.
It's not true.
That was definitely one to write down. When your back is against the wall, it becomes an issue of survival. I love that one. I think we need to write that one down.
And then you just take those limiting beliefs, you forget them because it's like, hell, I've got to put food on the table. I've got to survive. This is my life. And that's a different story altogether. The paradigm shifts and you're still the same person. It just shows how powerful this is because you're still the same person, but suddenly you are powerful beyond measure.
Absolutely. Now, you work with people on getting confident to take steps forward, right? And as we come to a close in our conversation, I would love for you to share one actionable step, if you can narrow it down to one or two, that we can take to start moving towards being more confident in making these changes, in embracing the possibilities, and in moving forward towards our best life. What are those steps that you would recommend?
Well, I'm actually a business coach. So I teach my business owners the right systems and the right behaviors, the right leadership skills that they need. They need both, absolutely. And the confidence element is part of leadership. It's part of leadership. Confidence actually comes from doing. So if you're stuck and you don't take action, you're not going to grow your confidence. You have to push yourself. You've got to get out of bed in the morning and keep putting one foot in front of the other. I think the biggest secret to that is consistency. Absolutely. You might not want to do it, but you've got to get up, show up, and be consistent. One foot in front of the other every day. There was a story, I went to a leadership conference years ago, and one of the speakers it had various people from Tony Robbins to Donald Trump. And like him or love him, he occasionally has the ability to give a very good speech. And he told a story about how he was with Marla Maples at the time and he lost everything. And he said he was walking down the road and there was a beggar, and he looked at Marla and he looked at the beggar and then he looked at Marla and he said, "Marla, that guy's got $570 million more than me." And she said, "What are you talking about? He's a homeless person. You're talking rubbish." And he goes, No. He's a homeless person, but I owe $570 million. He doesn't owe anybody anything, right? So that was how bad his situation was. And he said he was really depressed. He didn't want to go anywhere. And he had this banquet or ball or something. I forget what the story was that he had to go to. So he got out of bed, put his suit on, went to this banquet, didn't want to go. And he ended up sitting next to a financier who looked at him. He looked at the financier and they decided they didn't like each other. They'd heard about each other before. They'd never met before, but they didn't like each other. And he said by the end of the evening, he'd negotiated a deal with this guy to get him out of the debt or to give him the funding he needed to get him out of debt and rebuild his life. So his message was, it doesn't matter how shitty you feel, always show up. always show up. And that's my message to you. Be consistent, show up every day, even when you don't feel like it, and the confidence will come.
That's outstanding. So, Angela, thank you so much for everything you've shared. Before we close this conversation, how can people get in touch with you? How can they grab a hold of all the wonderful information that you have for them? How can they connect with you?
Oh, I'd love to connect with them too. I absolutely love people and I love hearing their stories as well. There is probably the easiest way is to go to my website. So my website is angelasedran, SEDRAN.com. Oh, and I have a Facebook group called Heads Over Heels. So whichever suits you better. If you're on Facebook, I'm on Facebook as Angie Sedran, and my group is called Heads Over Heels. It's the business school for coaches and consultants.
Awesome. Please check it out. If you have TikTok, she has an amazing TikTok feed. I love catching her on TikTok. And she just has all these amazing jewels of information to share with everybody. And again, I couldn't be more pleased and happier that you decided to be part of this project. And I am so grateful for you and for everything that you've shared. And thank you for being with us today, Angela.
It's an honor, and thank you for having me on.
All right, so I hope you enjoyed that interview. I do apologize again that it was pre-recorded, but it was the only way that we could make it work with the time difference. This wraps up our time together. For those of you who have been on throughout the whole thing, kudos to you. I know that you got value from all the speakers because they were absolutely amazing. Thanks again to everybody that participated: Wendy, Jade, Ivy, Miriam, Maribel, Dave, and Angela. Thank you for being part of this project. And hopefully you have gotten from this event the encouragement, the motivation, the tools, and the strategies to claim that next level, to stop living small, to stop putting your dreams on hold, to stop waiting for the right time to do what you were brought to this planet to do, what you are here to accomplish. You have a mission, you have a purpose, you have a dream that's in your heart. Don't wait. The time is now. Get after your dream. Claim your next level today. Until our next event, I am Marcia Amaro, and I look forward to connecting with you further. Thank you for being with us today. Have an amazing rest of your day, and we will be chatting soon. Take care.